I call to order the regular City Council meeting for January 20th. The time is 7 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
Chairperson Julia Botel.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We've already had the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance at our previous meeting. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete a pink public comment card located at the front desk prior to the item being taken up by City Council for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda and 3 minutes to speak on each regular item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the City Council based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card to speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or the item is considered. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one addition, if the clerk can read that into the record, and then I would like to pull item 14 and schedule that for subsequent discussions for the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, printed on the addition, deletion, substitution, and revision sheet is item number 19, a discussion by City Manager regarding COVID-19 vaccine funding request. In addition, Madam Chair, members of the board,
We can't hear you.
Could you take off your mask just to, if you don't mind? Thank you.
on the addition, deletion, substitution, and revision sheet, we have one item listed, item number 19, regarding the COVID-19 vaccine funding request. In addition, Madam Chair, members of the board, you all were provided with a community benefits request from the office of Councilperson Botel that is slated to be added to the consent agenda.
Thank you. Any other additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner Miller Anderson.
is someone going to read into the record what that community benefits? I don't have it.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the community benefits request is coming from the office of Councilperson Botel for Lisa's Little Wonders Youth Enrichment Program. The legal name for the organization is Lisa's Little Wonders Youth Enrichment Program, Inc., in the amount of $2,000.
Thank you. Any other additions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
so that number will be, what, 8B? 8A?
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that number will be 8A.
And has this gone before this is a new business that has never come, a new organization that has never come before the board. Has it been verified already through finance and legal?
Yes. Mr. Sherman, has it gone through your office?
Because I know we add them, but typically if we add, it's easier for those organizations that have received funds from us before. But I don't recall this one. This seems brand new to me.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in the backup information, I see that the certificate of exemption has been provided, the W-9 has been provided, and a business plan has been provided.
Are they based in Riviera Beach?
Yes.
The address listed on the certificate of exemption, as well as the application, is 1551 West 13th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida, 33404.
Okay, thank you. And it's Lisa Little Wonders Youth. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of it. So if somebody can
Sure.
email that to me, that would be great.
Lisa's Little Wonders Youth Enrichment Program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other additions, deletions, or substitutions? Why is my... Sorry. Do we have any Any disclosures by council? I have a disclosure. I unintentionally responded all to an email that included members of the city council. I did not realize the email included members of the city council. No one responded to the email. To my knowledge, I don't even know if anyone saw the email, and I referred this error on my part to the Ethics Commission, who referred me to the state attorney. I did that in the abundance of caution. Any other disclosures? Okay. Would someone care to make a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
The agenda has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Didn't you say Miller Anderson? Is she there?
I said Miller Anderson, Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Oh, I thought I heard Mr. Lawson.
You did.
Yes. Okay.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
You're welcome.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Here.
Chair Botel.
Yes. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Does anyone care to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair?
You're recognized, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to pull items 5 and 6 from the agenda.
Can you call those items that I'm having difficulties navigating?
Sorry. Item 5 is resolution number 01-21. This is the resolution for the advisory board. And number 6 is resolution number 02-21 is the city manager's rehab with All-Site Construction.
Okay, thank you.
What is the issue with the item?
Items 5 and 6. Item 5 is the resolution regarding the reappointment of members to the Recreation Board, and item 6 is a resolution to allow All-Site Construction to renovate the second floor of City Hall.
So they're being pulled?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Madam Chair,
You're recognized.
can you clarify they're being pulled off of consent?
Yes, pulled off consent, put on the regular agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to pass consent if there's no other members requesting anything off of it.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. If you're approved, vote yes. If not, vote no. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comment cards on the consent agenda. The acceptance of public comment cards on the consent agenda is now closed. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes, ma'am?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes.
Unanimous vote?
Item number 5.
Resolution number 01-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the reappointment of members to the Recreation Advisory Board.
Mr. City Manager, do we have a presentation?
Yes,
Ma- Madam Chair, we need a motion put on place on the.
I'm sorry. Would someone care to make a motion that we approve the reappointment of members of the Recreation Advisory Board?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been approved and seconded. Mr. Evans, do we have a presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I can have Director of Parks and Recreation, Richard Blankenship, make this presentation.
Good evening, Council. Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director, here to answer any questions you may have about the reappointment of our Recreation Advisory Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're recognized.
Mr. Blankenship, when was the Recreation Advisory Board created?
2017. Well, I take that back. It was created way before that. We resat the board in 2017, reappointed, or appointed a new board in 2017.
2017. And colleagues, just to the point, I was looking, had conversations with staff in reference to the advisory board and not disbanding or allowing for the current members to be reappointed, but also looking to possibly increase the board to have some additional fresh eyes. There's some new council here from 2017, I think everyone except for Ms. Miller Anderson. So I was asking my colleagues if they would have an interest to entertain increasing the board by 4 members to account for the 4 new council members and our mayor.
Madam Chair,
You're recognized, Councilwoman Lanier.
what is the current number you have?
7.
7? I have no opposition to increasing the numbers.
Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
I'm not sure I heard Councilman Lawson what he suggested.
Increasing the advisory board so that we could add additional members to the board to assist with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
Follow-up.
You're recognized.
So, Mr. Blankenship, thank you. I guess what I'm not clear on, all 7 members' terms expire at the same point? There's no staggered terms?
No, not in the present bylaws, and that was one thing that the advisory board is working on, is reworking and updating the bylaws. So they're not necessarily staggered.
But Madam Attorney, so the bylaws, if I'm not mistaken, would dictate the function and operation of the actual board meetings, but the appointments is a function that's done by, I think, ordinance or resolution.
They are mentioned in the ordinance, and they're also mentioned in the bylaws.
That all members' terms expire?
1-year terms, right.
Right, but
You'd have to go back to 2016 and 17, when it took us a little while to get 7 people seated. So it was not as clean as we had a certain amount come on at one date, and then another equal amount come on at another date, so that they would naturally, as I think the bylaws intended, have some staggered reappointment. The way the timing worked out, they're not staggered. They're pretty much all at the same time. So what we're asking, adding 4 members is one thing. The asking of the reappointment was so that we can get through, we're in the midst of the master plan review and the master plan discussion and the bylaws, and keeping this group together has been very important to get Parks and Recreation back into the community. Some excitement about it, so I wanted to have some continuity through the master planning process.
follow-up.
Go ahead.
How often do you meet, Mr. Blankenship?
Well, before the pandemic, we were meeting every other month.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I guess I'm a little hesitant with that because, it's good to add more members to the board, but if you really want to participate, these meetings are always open to the public. But it has to be, you got 7 members. I don't know any advisory board that had more than 7. P&Z, even the Charter Review had 7 and then 2 alternates. I'm okay if we're going to open it up to alternate members, but to have 7 or any more than 7 regular voting members seems like to me a lot. And if that is the pleasure of the board, I would ask that you reconsider reconstitution that there are staggered terms, because I've seen it before where in the event that some members resign, and God forbid, and I certainly am not suggesting that this is going to happen, but I've served on the P&Z maybe 7 years, and I had to get off because we had a lot of members that had passed away, and I thought my term was coming up next. So, but, you don't want to get in a situation where you don't have enough members to constitute a quorum and everyone's term is ending at the same one. So I'd be open to supporting that. I just would like that we constitute the board to have staggered terms. Councilman Lawson, I yield.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would be in support of the staggered terms. Increasing the board members is something that I would like us to see happen with this current board.
If I could suggest, if we do the increase, then the first order of business is for us to come back as an advisory board to you with the suggested staggered terms and upgrades to the bylaws to include that.
So, Madam Chair, I move to increase.
I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Are the members of the board appointed by district?
No, they're overall appointment.
Okay. So each district doesn't have an allocation for
No.
board? Okay. Okay. How do you feel, just from the point of view of operational, I mean, do you feel that an 11-member board, is that what you're looking for, Mr.? That an 11-member board is unwieldy or something?
No, not at all. I think that's fine.
I think it's fine, okay. Then go ahead and make it.
so-
Mr. McCoy?
So, Councilman Lawson, will they all be regular members, or would you have an alternate? Would you have alternates? I mean, I guess part of do we set the direction, Ms. Nguyen, or do we allow them to bring back a proposed? I think that we should let them bring back a proposal on how they think it works best for them, because I don't want to be too presumptuous. So if they bring back, I just was thinking that maybe there perhaps should be maybe 2 alternates, you know, or something like that. So, but I think if they go back and do it, then, you know, we can, they know what's best for them.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Blankenship, if you could just bring a proposal back with an 11-member board with staggered terms, and just bring that information for us for the next meeting to allow for us to vote and get the applications going out.
Do we have direction to go ahead and advertise for 4 new members, or you would rather wait till?
Well, I think you can amend to
Why don't you,
include that.
why don't you base that, when you bring the proposal back, then we'll go ahead with advertising.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so we don't, are we voting on this resolution as is? Yes, okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes,
unanimous vote.
that's unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item number 6.
Resolution number
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
0221, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a change order to Resolution 109-20 to allow All-Site Construction, Inc. of West Palm Beach, Florida, to renovate the second floor of City Hall in the amount of $48,676, bringing the total scope of work to $98,452, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 18010 and provide an effective date.
Would someone care to make a motion to?
moved.
Thank you. Someone second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, do we have a presentation?
Madam Chair, if I can have Mr. Bailey, Director of Public Works, present this item.
Terrence Bailey, Director of Public Works, here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're recognized.
Mr. Bailey, in the resolution, there's the amounts of $48,676, and there's a discrepancy because the amount that we approved on 11/18 was $49,776.
I apologize, then that would be my error.
Okay. The change order that's before us tonight, was the design changed after the solicitation went out?
Yes,
Okay. And this scope is over 100% change. Does that require the solicitation of the bid to go back out, or is that something normal that we see with 100% change order?
I believe that would be more of a procurement question, if there's a specific statute or rule that requires a rebid based on the percentage of deviation from the original solicitation.
Okay. Madam Chair,
You're recognized.
if I could ask a question for Mr. Evans?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Evans, the procurement director, I didn't see Ms. Pimsel. Is she here tonight, or?
She's attending remote. Ms. Pimsel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Ms. Pimsel. Did you hear the question in reference to the change, this 100% change from the item?
This is a part of the pool of contractors that we have available, that we've already solicited for. And so the normal, like, solicitation rules wouldn't apply in that regard. I think at the last meeting, it was approved, the $49,000, with the understanding that there was a change order that would be coming because there was a change in design.
Thank you, Ms. Pimsel. So to that point, and I had opposition colleagues to this item because we knew there was a change order coming. My recommendation was to have all of the contractors in this pool have the opportunity to bid on this project. Now this project is completely out of whack because the design changed, and we're literally doing a 100% increase. This pool that we created was to give a fair approach to local minority women businesses, and that responded. And the top two bids, I believe, were minority and local businesses. But the concern that I have is that the other businesses didn't have an opportunity to bid on this item, as I requested previously in the meeting. Now, for us to go forward with this change order, Mr. Bailey, has the work already been, are we already complete with this work? Where do we stand with the office?
We're about 45% complete with the construction activities for the project.
So, colleagues, what I'm saying is that we knew prior to one wall being knocked down that this change order was coming. Yet, we allowed for this to go forward with a 100% change order, and this pool that we have available did not have an opportunity to bid on this. This is not what we created the pool for. This is not the reason that we put this together, because now this is unfair to the other businesses that didn't have an opportunity to bid on this. Even though the standard procurement process was not in place, we still want to do the right steps necessary if we're going to tell businesses that we're going to give them an opportunity to bid on work here in the city. Mr. Evans, in regards to this change order, the authority, whether this goes back out or not, would we be able to actually put this back out for bid to complete the rest of the work before approving this?
We can put it back out, but it would delay the completion of the project, obviously.
Okay, and Mr. Evans, I'm not worried about the delay of the project, because my concern is that we do it the right way. And the issue is we didn't do it the right way the first time. And now, even though it's going to delay the project, that falls on the onus of us not doing it the proper process the first time. Madam Chair, I can't support this item, because if we're going to put out a proposal to these contractors and tell them that they have a fair opportunity to bid on work, we can't just willy-nilly do what we want to do behind closed doors and say, hey, we're just going to give this increase to Allsite or any company without giving every contractor the opportunity to bid on it, especially if we knew that the process was going to have a change order coming anyway.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. McCoy, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Lawson, I'm sorry, can you explain or expound on, we already knew, because we take a lot of items. Remind me or
Yes.
give me some recollection.
Oh, the item came, I believe this was November 18th, came before us, that this item, we asked to have it approved.
November 18th, 2020?
2020.
Okay.
So that we can move forward with this item, because they wanted to approve to get to work on the city manager's office. At that meeting, Mr. Evans stated that we would have anywhere between 30 and 40,000 in increase because of a change to the design. I didn't think that we would need to approve that item because that change or that increase was substantial enough to allow for it to go back out to bid, since we knew there was going to be a change. Now, we're looking at not 20 or 30,000, we're looking at almost a $50,000 increase. And that is a major issue when we knew prior to a wall being broken that there was going to be a change order and an increase of more than the 10% city manager's limit.
Thank you. Follow up.
Go ahead.
Director Bailey, the 40% that you're referring to, is it for the work that has already been authorized by this board, or is it 40% in total with the new change orders?
40% of the total project, the total 98,000.
Okay. I guess I'm not exactly sure or clear on what, I mean, the construction aspect of doing the renovations, but from your experience, what does that look like? Can you like go midways between a project and then switch off and have another contract to go back and finish up the remaining? I mean, of course you can, but like, how does that work? It just seems like we're gonna at least give half to the first person if we taking Councilman Lawson's suggestion, and then try another GC if that's possible? Because wouldn't that prompt another change order for them to get up to date on the latest?
So the first step would be to halt construction that's currently ongoing, then come to a full reckoning of staff and the contractor's agreement on the value of the work that is done, because there's work that has been completed. From that point, we would have to walk all of the contractors through the project again for them to pick up exactly where it left off. It does create an issue of responsibility and liability in that potential transfer at the end of the day. If something happens, they're both going to point at each other as to who's responsible for fixing it. The only time that you would see a scenario or a outcome of this nature is when a general contractor defaults on a project and the bond company has to step in, bring somebody else in to finish because of the default. To intentionally and purposely halt a project in the middle to hand it to someone else would be abnormal.
Okay, follow up.
Go ahead, sir.
I agree, but I guess I'm looking at the memo and it doesn't, I guess the change order and design was done by staff?
There was a meeting held with the development services staff, the CRA staff, and the executive team, and the configuration and layout did not satisfy the needs of those two departments that will occupy the space. So a redesign was sort of done at the table in the meeting and then coordinated with the contractor for cost.
Okay, and I guess if the procurement, or maybe you can answer this, but I totally agree with Councilman Lawson, but how, like, do you have to reissue another RFP for the remaining work? Or is this something that you can take them through since they've already submitted and then have them to submit a proposal just on what is, I guess, remaining? Or do you have to reissue a whole RFP?
So you'll recall that we brought before you contracts for the, I believe it's 13 general contractors so that we could respond quickly and nimbly for these smaller type projects. It would not be a full-blown publicly advertised solicitation. We have that pool of contractors. We would provide them the plans and opportunity to inspect the space, and they would have to provide costs to take it from its endpoint to the finish line in accordance with the drawings. And then obviously we'd have to come back before you to issue a work order to the lowest responsive bidder.
Follow.
Go ahead.
And of those 13, are the two other remaining submitters for the initial competitive solicitation included in those 13?
Yes.
Okay, well, I would like to see just that, so that we're fair and uniform across the board. That would be my suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lanier.
I do understand where Councilman Lawson is coming from with this, but to have a contract that we've already entered with this contractor, and then they have a change order, which we knew that may happen, that was a part of the contract. I can't in good conscience just cut this contract off and then go to another contractor when we're the original contractor. They're the ones who are doing the work, and to cut them off in the middle to get somebody else to bring it in, I just don't see the fairness in that. I don't see the fact that if you have someone who's doing the work, the change order is a lot, but that is what we agreed to. We agreed to 10% change orders. We agreed to whatever's in their contract. So to change up mid-stride, I understand where you're coming from, but to change up mid-stride, I just can't agree with that one.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, did you have a comment before I move?
Yes, I was just trying to better understand what was that Mr. McCoy just said? I didn't quite, were you suggesting something, or what did you, I didn't understand where you were going with what you just said.
Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was basically suggesting that if it is a significance in Councilwoman Lanier, it's not 10%. This is doubling from 48 to another additional 49, I believe it is, $1,000. So that's certainly significant, and I want to make sure that if there were two submitters, were they also on that list of 13, I guess, continuing contracts that we have on the pre-qualified list, if you will, if they're going to be included in doing this I guess, this assessment of whether or not, we should move forward with the remaining. And, I guess what's not clear is this was not a part of the original proposal, correct?
Mr. Evans?
The original solicitation for the space, there was a deviation, but when staff did present the item, we communicated to the board that there was going to be a deviation and that I believe the board took official action to award the subsequent change order to the existing contractor because we were talking about the same items that were contained. So I think there was actual legislative action, and Director Bailey, correct me if I'm wrong, whereby the board decided to, we knew that it was going to be around $35,000 to $40,000, and the board agreed to award that that modification after the conversation that we did have with CRA staff about the specific space that would be needed for them to provide services. If you want to speak to that, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, sir. You'll recall we had a lengthy discussion in reference to the deviation and the change. Most of that discussion was very similar to the one we're having right now. And we notified the board that we anticipate a $40,000+ change order coming, and we would come back as soon as possible, because at that time we didn't have the number in hand. We didn't have the proposal. The turnaround time was too short to bring it to you with the number, and we would come back just to provide what the exact number was. And that's why we're here before you today with all of the information and the exact number for the change order and increase to this contract.
Madam Chair?
You're recognized.
Madam Chair,
I apologize. Mr. Bailey, I believe you stated that we discussed a 40,000 plus. At the meeting, there was actually a discussion of a 30,000 plus. Right now, we're close to 50 of a change order. And my direct statement to what we're having the same discussion that night was that is unfair to the contractors. Send an email back out to everyone else so that they can rebid this proposal before we move forward. Yet, we voted and took action to move forward with the process, which I believe was still the wrong decision, just to expedite getting this building or getting this city manager's office up and running. Now we're in a position where we have a 100% change order. We did not give this sheltered market of sorts the opportunity to bid on this project. Allsite may have still won the bid, but we should have taken the right steps, and now it's costing us a 100% increase. And that is not having a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers. We need to make sure that we give every business the opportunity that's in the sheltered market the ability to make a bid on this project. And now, I think to correct those actions, we need to send this back out, take the steps necessary, and they have to not submit a full RFP, but they need to send an email to these contractors and ask them to come price the bid from where the actions are now. If we're going to continue to do things the right way, we need to start immediately.
Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Commissioner Miller Anderson.
So being that they're in a pool, we have additional projects that would be coming along that they would have an opportunity to participate in, correct?
Madam Chair, if I may, yes.
How many, I mean, just off the top of your head, if you don't, and if someone has the exact projects, could you anticipate what they are, and are we able to make up on some other projects as we go along, possibly?
Madam Chair, if Mr. Bailey can answer that question.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes, Council, you will see on tonight's agenda, item 13, the renovations for 2129 North Congress for our beautiful library and YEP. This was done in the sheltered market. It is an $827,000 contract. It was the next in line. Allsafe actually came in second to Randolph Construction. So to the question and to the point, we've already issued the next very sizable opportunity. And out of the 13, and I don't want to jump too far ahead in item 13, out of the 13 vendors, only 3 showed up. And 3 provided prices, and their prices are in your backup. So in that, we've provided a great opportunity here soon after this city manager suite. And there were only 3 takers for a project, almost an order of magnitude large, actually 2 orders of magnitude larger than the manager suite renovation.
Right, thank you. And yes, I'm very well aware of that item being one of those things that we discussed. So I agree with Mr. Lawson in terms of, if we're going to put it out, and we said we're gonna do it for this amount, and, you know, being fair and giving everyone an opportunity to weigh in on it as well. But I do have an issue with stopping midstream and, you know, allowing others to come in and work behind someone else's work. And so with the expectation that we don't have this issue, and it needs to be made abundantly clear that it could very well be 100% increase so that we don't have this discussion at another time, I think that would be helpful. But I could certainly support this, knowing that there are other projects where the other contractors will have an opportunity to be able to make money off of it as well. So that's my position on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Go ahead, Mr. McQuay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Manager, what's the arrangement for the CRA occupying that position?
That's going to be my question. Go ahead.
The arrangement that there would be shared space with the CRA as well as code compliance. So the professional offices that are currently located at the BB&T building would move over to the office suite that is being renovated.
Okay, more specifically, what's the cost that the CRA is going to be paying the city?
We will not bill the CRA for any cost associated with a lease payment for the utilization of the space.
Why not? Is that because we accelerated and called the debt that they owe the city?
No, Councilman, that wasn't contemplated, but since it's space that the taxpayers of the community have already paid for, we thought it was only fair that any physical improvements or information technology additions that would have to be, those would be borne by that particular operation, but we wouldn't charge a lease payment for the utilization of the space.
Thank you. But we're speaking of indefinitely, so I know you hold both hats, but you're giving the CRA free rent over at the city when we already are strapped for having workable space with our employees, and we're having to go through these reimagined sessions. Not that I really care to see them pay, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that we're moving them from somewhere that they're paying rent to put them in a place where we didn't think it was important for our own employees to be in because of the numerous problems, and we're spending $100 grand on renovations, and we're not asking them to foot the bill because this seems exactly in reverse of what we discussed when it came to the CRA's computer equipment.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The intent behind moving into that space would be a temporary space. Currently, the CRA pays $10,000 a month for the space that it's currently occupying. As we've had discussions with regards to Reimagine Riviera Beach, we are going to look for more permanent spaces for all our employees at City Hall, but there is a space that will be provided for the city manager to be back at City Hall as part of the renovations that are contemplated that's before you this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Evans, I notice in the preliminary, or maybe this is for Mr. Bailey, in the preliminary baseline schedule, it appears that the only items left are installing ACT panels, color and polish floors, install MDF baseboards. There's very, very little left in here. Unless I'm reading this wrong, it looks, if I go down the column marked January 17th to January 24th, it appears that there's not a whole lot left. So my objection to this is not so much that we would be changing. I think it makes sense to stay with the contractor that we've got doing this work. My objection is moving the CRA in here. Over the past several months, I have come across more and more people who have issues with that building and the mold that continues to be plaguing us in that building. And to move the CRA in there when it's out of the CRA area, I mean, the CRA, although it's in rental space, is at least in the CRA boundary right now. To move them across town into the 600 West Blue Heron building moves them out of the CRA. If I voted for this evening, is there an opportunity to say in the future that we did not want the CRA to go in there, or is that a foregone conclusion if we vote yes? Mr. Evans.
If it is the board's pleasure not to relocate the CRA, then the capital expenditure associated with this particular item will decrease probably significantly, as there would not need to be certainly some of the build out. So the proposal would definitely be modified. But then again, we would have to extend the existing lease agreement that we have at our existing spot for the CRA, which I believe currently is on a month-to-month with notice that can be provided to the particular landlord.
Madam Chair?
You recognize Miller Anderson.
I thought we had this conversation already in the CRA meeting, in terms of them moving over, and that's temporary. The expectation is for us to be able to get something more permanent, as was just stated. But, I thought we were trying to save a little bit of money, and in doing so, this is what we came up with. Are we now trying to go back, or maybe you just didn't agree with it at that time? I don't remember what you said at that time.
Madam Chair?
You recognize Commissioner.
Yeah, we have had this conversation in regards to the CRA. We made a decision that the move to City Hall would be temporary, that it would not be forever, that they would be there because we were paying $10 grand a month in rent for the CRA, and that they would, because the same building that they're moving into, I'm in that building, so it's not as if they're gonna be in there by themselves or is something wrong with the building. We know that the building has had mold, the building has had issues, but that is the purpose for the build-out and for them being able to be relocated in that building. I don't have any objection to them moving in that building temporarily, because the plan was to move them there, and then we would come up with a site. It was either modular, or we were talking about this whole build-out for the CRA and for the city. So we already had this conversation months ago in regards to moving the CRA in that building and it only being temporary. That was I think we came to a conclusion that we would vote yes if it was temporary, that it was not a permanent location for them. And that's the reason why we went and said yes for it. So I agree with moving forward with relocating them there. And I also agree with keeping the same contractor. I don't think that that's, if we made a mistake initially with this contract and should have done it a different way, then that's our fault. And we should do that moving forward. We should correct that mistake moving forward. But to have a contractor on the job and then replace them on the same job, you replace them and then something happens and the first contractor said it wasn't me, the other contractor said it wasn't me. So you have to have some continuity in terms of having the same person on the job, because they are the persons or the business that's ultimately responsible for the build out. So I do support this, and I do support the CRA moving temporary to that site so that we can save $10,000 a month.
Madam Chair,
You're recognized. Go ahead.
I have a question piggybacking on Councilman McCourt. So is the CRA going to pay the city any money?
Well, Madam Chair, hold on.
His microphone.
Your mic is not
Your
on,
mic is
Mayor.
not on.
Can you
It's
Like that,
on, I
like
can
that.
hear them. Maybe it's not
Give
working
him
in
some-
here.
Mic check.
Good.
Mr. Evans, is the CRA going to pay the city any money to be in that building?
Mr. Mayor, it wasn't contemplated that the CRA would pay the city a lease payment for utilization of the space.
Council, is there any way we can have that discussion about this? Because we could save them $10,000, but I think they should pay the city something.
It's a little hard to hear you, Mayor. Did you say you think they should pay the city something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we can cut the $10,000 that they're paying now, but to move into the city building, I think they should incur some kind of cost.
Are you done, Mayor?
Yes, for now.
You recognize Mr. McCoy.
I'm not suggesting that they pay it. I'm suggesting that I don't want to move them out of a very nice facility, that they have ample space, to a space that's probably way less, or at least half the size of their current space, and we're gonna do it in the name of saying $10,000, when if we move employees, CRA or otherwise, and I'm speaking to the mayor at this point, because I want to address Commissioner Lanier, but the issue is, I don't want to spend money on the back end if we have some other problems. And the mere fact is, you start commingling the CRA with the city, which we know is two separate legal entities. And it's, even if they would allow us to go there for free, I don't think that that's a good idea. Because for the same reason they're not in the CRA, and the same reason why the city attorney's office and the city manager's office is not there, because we have problems with mold and water intrusion in that same building. So to suggest that I'm gonna let one of the departments or agencies that fall up under us move into that same place that we didn't think it was adequate enough for the city manager or the city attorney is my reason not to want to do it. And if I can move back to Commissioner Lanier, I gotta clear the record, because here's what I don't like and appreciate. You guys use these things, said we made the decision, we came to the conclusion, we made a mistake. We didn't do not one of them. There was never an action by the CRA authorizing us to move over. There was a discussion, but there was never an item voted on by this body to say that they move over. Because the first thing is, if that was the case, we would have talked about a fair compensation for the fair market rent. And quite honestly, it just seems too problematic to move people within City Hall. We already know that the useful life has been, we've met the useful life for that facility. And to sit there and suggest, and I hope that we're not saying that because we saved $10,000, listen, I just value the people and the human capital of employees that serve both on the city and on the CRE much better than I do the fact of saying we saved $10,000. That, to me, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And we didn't make the decision, nor did we come to the conclusion, despite what I've heard from Commissioner Lanier. And then to suggest that we made the mistake, when this item was presented to us, it was presented to us at that very $48,000. And I gotta agree, if we're gonna be fair and uniform, irrespective, that contract says it allowed for change orders up to 10%. The very notion that this goes from, I thought, if my calculations was correct, and it may be off by maybe 1 or 2%, maybe like 104% increase. So there's no way that we can legally sit here and justify that we're gonna add this on to the existing general contractor. That's not fair. And that's the very parity that I was hoping Commissioner Lawson was trying to bring when he brings up the fact that we have to be fair in our disparity studies and how we do business and making sure that everybody has a fair opportunity. This item wouldn't be any different than the item we just took up when we had the item relative to electrical services and electrical continuing contract. If we're gonna be fair, let's be fair across the board and not when it's convenient. And the fact is, nobody should be moving into a space that we didn't think that our very administrator and our very attorney couldn't be in. I yield back.
Madam Chair,
You're recognized, Miller Anderson.
I keep hearing about the mold situation. So I know we're not doing construction in an area that has not already been treated. Is there a current issue with mold up in that area, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Bailey, if you can address that question.
No, there's not currently a mold issue up in that area. You'll recall, we looked at a number of different iterations to attempt to move the city manager and the city attorney's office back to that space, and the footprint would not work in any alignment. There was some previous construction that had taken all the drywall off of the exterior walls, addressed the windows, and some interior walls had been demolished when we came upon this determination to move these other departments in there. So no, there is not currently any mold situation on the second floor in that space we're discussing.
Madam Chair?
You're recognized.
I'm sorry, I'm not done.
Oh,
Hold
sorry,
on.
go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson.
I just wanted to make sure we were on record that we are not doing construction in an area that currently has mold. And then also, I think the conversation that we're having about the CRA moving in and whether they're going to pay, that's something we probably need to discuss in a CRA meeting. But for the sake of this contract, aren't there other departments that if for whatever reason now the CRA is not wanting to move over into that area, obviously that would need to come back to discussion. But aren't there other departments that could possibly move into that area? So that would not hold us up from moving forward with this particular item.
Madam Chair, if I may, in the event that there was not a desire to relocate the CRA, there would be discussions at the administration level about relocating certain operations that current lease payments are being administered by the city to a private provider. So there would be another operation that would most likely look to occupy that space in the event that the CRA is not relocated into that space.
Okay, and so we would have an opportunity to discuss that at another time. But for the sake of this item here, unless we're saying we want the contractor just to stop midstream, I think we should go ahead and just vote on this item, whether you're for it or not. And then regarding the CRA moving over there, that conversation can be had in the CRA meeting.
Thank you. I'm ready to vote yes to support this if we can reconsider the issue of moving the CRA.
We can certainly look to bring that back for a more substantive, robust discussion with the board, if that's the
Thank you.
pleasure.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't support that because I know I had a lengthy discussion about it, and that was the reason why we decided to do the month-to-month contract. And so I can finish that conversation during the CRA meeting.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy?
All right. I was trying to get some clarification for legal sufficiency, whether or not change orders can be authorized of this amount, which is 100%, without having to go back. Mr. Evans, absence of Ms. Penzel, do you have that?
I believe that you have the authority to, as a board, to exceed that particular threshold. And I believe the code, and Ms. Pemsel can speak to that, I think the code does allow for a provision for you to bypass a certain specific threshold.
Any other comments?
Well,
Mr. McCoy?
I'm waiting to get the answer. He said he believes,
You think so?
and then he said, Ms. Penzel, is she on the line?
She is
Yes,
on.
I'm here.
Ms. Pimsel, could you comment on that, please?
Yes. Because the authority to go beyond a contract is 10% for administration, but the board is not limited, council is not limited to that amount. So they can go over the change order amount and can approve any amount that they feel is sufficient for the city.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I just want to say one thing
Yes, go
before we call the vote. I just wanted to say that, we can have this discussion at the CRA in regards to the CRA staff moving into City Hall, but you cannot sit here and talk about City Hall because the finance department is there. They may be on the first floor, but the finance department is there. There are other departments that are in City Hall as we speak. The legislation is in that building. So to say that it's a problem with that building, that is the reason why they're building it out, that is the reason why they demolded, that is, they've done a lot of extensive work to City Hall since the move out. So I just wanted to be clear that they're not moving into City Hall by themselves. We are in that building, the finance department is in that building, the water utilities, where you pay your water bill is in that building. So there are people there, and if we're going to move forward, then let us just do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Madam Clerk? It has been moved and seconded that we authorize a change order to Resolution 109-20 to allow all-site construction to renovate the second floor. If you're in agreement, say yes. If opposed, say no. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
No.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
That motion
That is approved by a vote of 3-2. Item number,
Madam Chair, members of the board, the time is now 7:54. Public comments scheduled to begin at 7:30, assumed thereafter. What is the pleasure of the board?
we can do public comments now.
Madam Chair, would you read the statement into the record, please?
Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete a pink public comment card located at the front desk prior to the item being taken up by City Council for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda and 3 minutes to speak on each regular item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the City Council based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card to speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or item is considered.
The acceptance of public comment cards for non-agenda items is now closed. Thane Losman, Dr. Lydia Smith, Bishop Thomas Masters.
Thane Losman. Mr. McCoy is probably the resident expert on election law. Florida Statute 106.135 said you cannot put campaign signs on state roads. Botel has littered Blue Heron Boulevard, which is a state road, 708, and A1A on North Ocean Drive, putting probably 50 signs. That's illegal. Your signs are going to be removed on North Ocean Drive. They're in front of all my properties. And the city manager of responsibility to see the state law is upheld here in the city and get all her signs removed off those two state roads. Again, that's 106.1435. The Army Corps of Engineers sent me a letter that Botel got before I even got it. Botel's been intimidating the DEP district director for public records without going through the proper public records system. She and Interlandi from the Everglades Law Center. Anyway, the Army Corps felt that I was building a dock without a permit. I had temporarily put a floating structure in with some 6x6s, but I've since rectified that, and that floating structure was going to my floating container home. So sorry, Botel, your little effort has failed. Section 5 of the charter, which you should all be familiar with, is interference with the administration. Botel has a consistent history of interfering and giving orders to city staff that she's not authorized to give. That's malfeasance according to the city charter. Somebody needs to hold her accountable. This is not her city. We run by a city manager form of government. We run by a city council form of government. All this woman does is act as a little dictator. Okay, she's brought dishonor to the city. Governor DeSantis is in the process of issue an executive order finding that she engaged in misconduct. I mean, why is she still running these meetings? The three of you, well, I see Lanier's gone, but the other elected officials, she has brought dishonor to the city. Why is she continuing to be the chair? She needs to be replaced. It's pure and simple, you know? Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, let's look at the floating structure ordinance. I don't know how much time I'm going to have to talk about it, but the floating structure ordinance, in the very backup, it talks about Botel giving directions to staff. That right there is malfeasance again. Botel gave direction to a police officer to arrest my fence contractor at Martin Fence. She's giving directives to staff. She's engaging malfeasance. Why are you continuing to allow her to chair these meetings? Why isn't the city manager speaking up and say, hey, you know, she's going behind my back. We need to rein this woman in. What we really need to do is we need to vote her out of office. The people on the west side that supported my efforts to get rid of the eminent domain effort to take their homes, we need to get rid of this racist woman who coordinated the firing of the city chief black building official because she gave me a fence permit and my neighbor a dock permit. She needs to go. She's an evil, nasty person who needs to be kicked out of this city.
Thank you, Mr. Losman.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, well, before we continue forward, Ms. Bessie Brown submitted her card after the close of the acceptance of public comment card. She stated that she has stepped out. What is the pleasure of the board?
It's the pleasure of the board. Mr. Wilson.
We can hear her comments.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
if we had already closed, that's the whole point of announcing that. If we had already decided to close it, then we have to honor what we do. I mean, that's the whole point in making an announcement.
Very well. Okay. Thank you. We're not going to hear it. Thank you.
Dr. Lydia
So,
Smith, Bishop
Madam
Thomas.
Chair, I apologize. Did we have a consensus on that? Did we?
There are three of us who want.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we do. There are three of us who don't want to hear it.
Dr. Lydia Smith, Bishop Thomas Masters, Mary Brand.
Hello, Council, Mayor, City Manager. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lydia Smith. Of course, I'm a resident here. I am here regarding the Civil Service Board that I serve on. The last time, we're still having problems in being able to meet. Our meetings are the second Tuesday of every month. However, when it's time for us to meet, the city, our last meeting, when we showed up, we had a quorum. There was no city personnel there to let us in at the Lindsay Davis Center. The HR department tried to cancel the meeting because the attorney was not able to be there. Instead of replacing the attorney or sending an attorney to sit in as a normal procedure or adding a provision for a board to conduct a meeting, every time the Civil Service Board is to meet, either we get directive from the HR department hindering the board from meeting. And it's that I need to meet with the city manager in order for us to continue to meet. The Civil Service Board, it is there to protect the employees as per the ordinance and the city charter. I swore oath, and I am happy to serve, and I'm glad that the previous council selected me to serve as a chairperson. My only hope, my only request is that we're able to meet without continual interference, and for the city to be able to have a place that we can meet. Because the last time I've posted pictures, and I did post an open letter to the city manager because I sent him several emails of which he didn't respond until I placed an open letter, and then I got a response. He did explain about the attorney incident, and like I said in my response to him, an alternate solution would be to send someone to sit in, opposed to trying to cancel the meeting. The only time the board is allowed to communicate to avoid sunshine law is through regular meetings. So if we are not able to meet, then that's a problem. Another final thought before I go, the HR department, Eureka, asked me the last time if me and her can make a unilateral decision to cancel meetings. And I told her, as I'm going to tell the city manager now and you, is that the board is not me alone. I may be the chair, but I'm only one member. So if there is an issue, you guys need to please bring it to the board and not put me in a situation where I need to make a decision unilateral for the board, because I cannot. Thank you.
Bishop Thomas Masters, Mary Bram, Cindy March.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Council. Just want to briefly talk a little bit about the...
Just for the record, we all know you, Bishop
I'm
Masters,
sorry,
but
they
say your
don't.
name and address. Thank
Thomas Masters, Riviera Beach. Want to briefly talk in detail about the job fair tomorrow, Thursday, January the 21st. As we continue to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. King, let us remember that Dr. King died for the right to work for jobs in Memphis, Tennessee. Remember the March on Washington, 1963, was also about jobs. So tomorrow we come here with these employers. Badcock Furniture Store is hiring from the front door to the back door. They need drivers. You do not need a CDL license. They need warehouse. They need people. They need movers. They need salespeople. They need some of everybody. Singer Island, Riviera Beach, Hilton is hiring tomorrow as well. And you know Hilton is an international chain of hotels. And once you get into the Hilton, you're in an international environment. They are also looking for people in various capacities at the Hilton. The City of Riviera Beach will be here as well. Dunkin' Donuts, Manpower, the Rapids, Water Park, Exceptional Home Care. They need, NA and Health, HHA as well. AA Associates, Security, Staffing. These are the major job employers that will be there. To our brothers and sisters that may be ex-felons that we now call returning citizens. Some of these employers will also be able to hire returning citizens. I am thankful to partner with, Ty Hannon, with Councilman Douglas Lawson, the city, and others to have our first job fair of the year. We are planning a series as the international ambassador for the World Conference of Mayors, not just in Riviera Beach, but in the county, in other cities in America. This is a good day in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mary
Bishop.
Graham, Cindy Mark, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening, Mayor Graham. Happy New Year to everyone, okay? And hope that this will be a good one. In Biden's acceptance speech today, he made reference. Politics does not have to be a raging fire. We can tone it down here. We can do the business at hand. I love this shirt here because what a poignant moment that we are in now. This is who we are. From 400 years back to where we are now. We are still on that platform. Each one of us have to re-examine ourselves and say, where can we go and what we can do better than what we are doing now. Thank you to Senator Bobby Powell, Mike Bernard, City Manager Jonathan Evans, Ms. Shirley Lanier, and Ms. Deidre Jacobs. You all worked Ms. Graham last Friday. I was on my phone till 12 o'clock at night, trying to get the residents out on last Sunday so that they can take the vaccine. I know everybody was looking to see what Ms. Graham's name was. See, I had mine way before you all had yours. So I wanted to make sure that our city in Riviera Beach offered that same opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for the robocalls and everybody that came out on today. Get that vaccine. Lay aside all of this myth. Your children cannot attend school unless they're vaccinated. If we as a society was not vaccinated, where would we be? We would be wiped out, the measles, the mumps. Warp speed was just a name that they gave that. Trump gave that name, warp speed. And that's just where some of our minds are warped. Scientists are put there to do just what they are doing. They have been working on SARS, Ebola, all of these vaccines here. This wasn't nothing that just came out of the blue sky. So just so happened we were attacked with COVID. So I'm encouraging the residents to take advantage of the vaccines that's going to be available in your city. And let us keep continuing to get COVID testing. And we must continue to do that in this city here in Riviera Beach. We have to form a new mindset of our thinking patterns. We are not where we were then. We are in a whole different realm here now. And we must address the things in where we are. Forget about yesterday, because that's past and gone. It's not where you've been at, but it's where you're going at now in this century of time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Cindy Mark, J.B. Dixon, Doretta Polk.
Good evening, Council. I'm Cindy March from Riviera Beach. You can get the vaccine, but if you don't follow the CDC guidelines, you're still in trouble. Like you all had that, I'm not saying you all, but somebody had to issue that permit for all of them people to be over there by the marina on a Sunday night. And then when somebody give awareness on Facebook, you got to be called everything but your name. Number one, we need to distinguish what the job is for the city manager versus the city mayor. And I was happy to see your letter out there on Facebook, because they need to know that you got more power. And it's not the idea of who got what power, it's about unity and being able to agree and disagree. And the reason why I'm so concerned about awareness with COVID, I spent a month and 2 days, couldn't even walk. I didn't have to go to the hospital, but I had COVID. And I work 2 jobs. I work in the nursing home. So when you see it firsthand, you don't holler about this a host or we gonna give them this permit because we gonna make money. Because you can't keep putting money and power over the people who elect you all in office. You all should see, like this special day today, this ought to make you all wake up and realize it's not about whether you black or whether you white. It's about doing the right things for the people who put you all in office. And for you all to be sitting up here, some of you all right here, and Mr. Evans, understand, don't know you, don't care to know you, will respect you, not gonna shame you. But y'all talking about this contract that this man had, I can remember sitting in this same meeting, and McCoy kept asking Kashama, look, Chairperson, I thought if it was it was going to be non-renewal if we didn't get the 5-0 vote. And y'all scratched all over that second agreement. And y'all wouldn't listen to what he said. I pulled out that meeting contract, and that contract had been changed 3 times. And he promised after the second one, if he didn't get a 5-0 vote, he would not return back to the city. Not only he returned back here to the city, he is the CRA director. No bashing him, ask him to put that credit card out there. And we're, as taxpayers, paying for somebody to write a letter for him. But then y'all want to mess with this man, Fane Losman. Just like Kashama just got through saying the woman couldn't put her thing up there. When you set a rule, set it for everybody. I don't care what color you is, whether you stay on the mountaintop of this building or whether you stay in Belglade. Treat everybody the same. And Botel, you got your hands in everything. That's the reason why my niece not here as a building official right now, because of you and your aide was out there politicking, and he messed around and put that flyer in Lady's hand by get rid of Lady Marge, the building inspector, because she's not an inspector, and bring back Jonathan Evans. Yo, you did it. So all this smirking, I don't know how you get away with so much through the executive board, but it's time for you to be voted out. If you can't be removed, it's time for you to be voted out.
Thank you so much.
J.B. Dixon, Loretta Polk.
My goodness, I am so confused by Mr. Lozman's change of plans. Before, I heard that he was going to build multi-million-dollar homes that were going to bring in multi-millions of dollars of tax revenue to the city. Now, he is going to put storage containers with a little hole in them for a door, floating shacks. So which one is it? He says also that the floating shacks are needed as workforce housing. I don't know anyone working. I know a great many people who would like better workforce housing, but I don't know anyone who wants to live in a storage container floating where they need a boat to get to their house. So I would really just like to know whether we're going to have multi-million, which neither one of these are permitted. You cannot build the multi-million-dollar homes because it's on wetlands and it's forbidden. And 4 different agencies have found that. And you also cannot have floating shacks because that also is forbidden on the water. Again, I know that you heard this at the CRA meeting, but you're now sitting as counsel. Mr. Lozman has lost 4 times. He keeps saying how he's such a big Supreme Court winner. He is, in fact, a loser. He lost the Special Preservation District resolution. He lost the magistrate hearing that told him he had to remove all the fill that he had put on the property and return the property to its original condition. He lost the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection Department, who cited him and fined him for what he was doing out on the water. He now has been cited and fined by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So local, state, and federal agencies have all told him he can't do what he thinks he's going to do. And if Julia Botel stands for that, I say not only should we vote her back in again, we should give her a medal. So I would like to know also, I think I have 44 minutes left, 44 seconds left, that Governor DeSantis, in the middle of a pandemic, is not about to write a letter to Julia Botel because she raised money for a charity. Let me assure you of that. Thank you.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. I'm a resident of City of Riviera Beach. Now, as far as we're going to have to remove Dr. Botel, no, we are backers for Dr. Botel. Dr. Botel has done extremely marvelous things for the City of Riviera Beach, our children. So let's not even go there with that theory. Another thing concerning her signs, there's signs every time there's an election. The senators, congressmen, everybody puts their signs on Blue Heron. So I don't know what Mr. Lozman's talking about, that's illegal. If it's illegal, it should have been illegal for everybody else who puts their signs out there on Blue Heron. As far as Mr. Jonathan Evans, he's doing a marvelous job. With him correlating with Senator Bobby Powell, and others, Senator, bring the vaccine to all of us who could be able to get it. And I was a recipient, and I'm glad I was, because I needed this vaccine. We still have to continue to wash our hands, safe distancing, and wear our masks. Another thing about this mask and this shirt, beautiful. Mr. Blankenship did a marvelous job with the Martin Luther King celebration. He brought it in not just for the seniors, because I'm a senior, I go to Lindsay Davis, not just for us, he brought it for the entire city. It was excellent. It was a lovely food that was given out, luncheon, and the mugs. It was different little things in the little packages. It was wonderful. And Mrs. Gwen Oates and Miss Alice Williams doing a marvelous job. So if any senior who would like to, if you're kind of bored at home, we have Zoom under the direction of Mr. Blankenship. We asked for it, and he granted it because we needed to get socialized and be together. We have Zoom. We just had a Zoom project with the sugar cane division out in Belglade. We did that over Zoom. We have Zoom line dancing under the direction of Mr. Dennis Mosley, and we have Zoom bingo. It's absolutely marvelous. So if any one of you all are interested in this, please just see Mrs. Gwen Oates, and I'm sure she'll be able to sign you up. We have to work together in this city. We have to work with Mr. Evans. He does have all of our interests and what we need at heart. I don't think he has.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll continue this another time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that completes our public comments for non-agenda items.
Thank you. Item number 7, I think.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're at item number 9.
Oh, get that. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. 9, thank you.
Resolution number 0421, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application from United Parcel Services, Inc., to add approximately 51,883 square feet in building area to an existing warehouse distribution building, currently 188,857 square feet in building area, for a total of 240,740 square feet in building area on approximately 29.12 acre parcel of land located at 2001 Avenue P, immediately south of West Blue Heron Boulevard, west of Avenue P, east of Avenue R, and north of West 15th Street, identified by parcel control number 564342295500100030, having a commercial industrial future land use designation and a general industrial zoning designation, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. the acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Someone care to make a motion to approve?
I move to approve resolution 04-21.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermon, make the presentation.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to disclose that I had a conversation with one of the developers, site planners for this project.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am here before you to present the site plan application for United Parcel Services, or UPS, for their property at Blue Heron Boulevard. On the screen before you, you can see an outline of the property in question for this resolution. This visual gives you a zoomed-in version of it, showing the zoning districts that are divided amongst this parcel. The portion along Blue Heron is zoned as general commercial. The rear portion is zoned as general industrial. It is 29.12 acres. Here is the site plan that has been submitted to Development Services for review. The blue box represents the existing footprint of the warehouse building. It totals 188,857 square feet. There is also an existing truck canopy, which is 4,383 square feet. The red box identifies the proposed area for expansion of the building footprint. It is proposed to be 51,883 square feet. Access to the property. The slide before you now shows the elevations of the building, as well as a hashed depiction of the extension of the building for this modification. This site plan was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Board on November 17th. Their only condition was that the landscaping package be enhanced by the applicant. This shows the original landscape package. After the P&Z meeting, they worked with staff to enhance it to this depiction shown. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. A 2-year landscaping performance bond be provided to the city for 110% of the value of the landscaping. Construction and landscaping improvements must be initiated within 18 months of the effective date of this resolution, or it would expire. 3, City Council authorizes city staff to approve future amendments to the site plan administratively, so long as that site plan amendment does not deviate greater than 5% from what's before you today. 4, this development must receive final certificate of occupancy from the city for all portions of it within 5 years of the approval of this resolution, or it expires. 5, all future advertising must state that the development is located within the city of Riviera Beach. 6, once approved, this resolution shall supersede any previous site plan approvals for the property. 7, prior to city's issuance of a certificate of occupancy or certificate of completion, proof of the updated recorded plat associated with plat application 20-03 to be consistent with the lot configuration shown on this site plan must be submitted to the city's Planning and Zoning Division. It has already been submitted. 8, no trips may utilize West 13th Street west of Avenue R for service and operation of this facility. 9, UPS will work with the city of Riviera Beach to make a contribution to street improvements on 13th Street to help mitigate UPS-related traffic. This amount shall not exceed $35,000 and would be paid to the city within 120 days of the approval of this resolution. And finally, number 10, UPS will work with contractors and vendors to promote the hiring of residents from the city of Riviera Beach for construction. Furthermore, UPS will also work to hire residents of Riviera Beach once the building expansion, as described in this resolution, becomes operational. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. The recommendations that were given to the city were the concerns that I had.
Absolutely.
In reference to the landscaping, in reference to the employment and hiring local to work for the city, and the traffic over 13th and Federal Garden. So all of those were my only issues and concerns with the project, but they've been addressed, so thank you, excellent job, thank you.
Thank you.
I did have a question in reference to the parking.
The parking?
The parking lot that they want to put on Blue Heron, frontage in front of the space they want to build. That is fronting Blue Heron, and the landscaping is to offset that parking lot right in the front.
Correct.
My only concern is, and I wanted to see if UPS would have been interested in putting it somewhere else on the parcel, but kind of looking at the site plan, I know that that'd be difficult. I know we want to address the thorough passes in our city, Blue Heron, Broadway, and make sure that they're very attractive and appeasing to the eye. A new building going there is attractive, I want to see that, but the parking and the cars there. Do we know what kind of cars will be parked there? Is that going to be for staff, or is that going to be UPS trucks? What kind of cars are going there?
To my knowledge, that is employee parking, but I will let the applicant respond to that. They are present, and they are available to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, yes, I'm in support of it. That was just my only concern, because I just want to see Blue Heron as a pass-through when you come through our city, as beautified, upgraded, renovated. I want to see our homes, our houses that are on Blue Heron. I want to see us invest into them and supporting our residents. I want to see the businesses investing into it. With them building a new building there, that's going to be attractive, but the parking in front of it is going to kind of block that new building, and that's my concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lanier is recognized first, please.
I wanted to have some questions for the developers here. I want to preface this with the fact that 13th Street is where I was born, and I've lived on that street since 1960-something, I'm not going to say, but, but I am, when I ran for office in 2017, one of the reasons why, and one of the problems that I had was the UPS trucks coming down my street, 14, 15 at a time at 9:08 every morning. And I remember because at the time, Mr. Evans was the city manager, and I came to his office and I said, this is just out of control. Now, what happened was that when UPS was coming down the streets, the other trucks felt that they can do it too. So now, not only do we have UPS trucks, we have 20, 30-ton trucks coming down with tropical shipping containers. I don't know what's in them. We have all of these huge, 2 and 3 feet cargo on the back of these tractor trailers. And when I spoke with Mr. Evans, this was in 2017, he went to UPS, met with them, and they stopped. They did. Lo and behold, Mr. Evans left, they came back. So I've been fighting this kind of back and forth. That was one of the reasons why I very, very rarely have conversations with anybody who's doing a presentation here in regards to what is before the board. But I wanted to have this conversation with the developers because I wanted to make sure that the concerns that I had about, because it wasn't just the UPS trucks, it was the UPS tractor trailers as well that were coming down there, but it wasn't just UPS. So my serious concern is to make sure that this issue is being addressed. Imagine sitting in your house and your house kind of does a little rattle because it's a 20, 30-ton truck coming down your street. And it happens all day, every day. It is kind of slacked up because UPS has ensured that most of these trucks are not going to come down our street. And it has significantly decreased since its inception back in 2017. The other issue that I wanted to address was the fact that when UPS first came to the city, there was this pie in the sky promises about jobs for the residents who live in the city of Riviera Beach. Not Palm Beach County, the city of Riviera Beach. This 56,000 feet expansion is going to bring jobs to the city. And I want to ensure that the people with an address that has a 334040 area code are the ones who are given priority if they can do the job. This is not something that we want, UPS to give anybody anything. If a person is qualified for the job, people who live in the city with a 33404 address should have a preference to these positions. We had a conversation about that. I also wanted to make sure that because the city of Riviera Beach and the Public Works Department has been working on a traffic calming study for that street because of the enormous amount of traffic, and not just residential cars, but these tractor trailers that are coming down this street. They start at 4:51 in the morning because they wake me up. Every single morning, these tractor trailers, I mean, they are huge. And we have a daycare on that street. Most of the residents are owners and are elderly. My father has to wait, 5-10 minutes to get back out of the driveway because it's a steady flow. 13th Street is just a straight shot to Congress, which will take you to 95. If you come down 13th Street, you avoid 4 school zones. And that is probably one of the main reasons why they come down that street. It's residential, they go over a couple of speed bumps, they get out to Congress, get the Blue Heron, they can hit 95. But what I wanted to be assured of was that these trucks would not continue to, and I know UPS can't do anything about these other trucks, but them stemming the tide of their trucks will probably get the message to the other commercial properties in the area. Our area, Federal Gardens and Harmony Heights, is surrounded by industrial commercial properties. We are closed ensconced in this small little area, and all 4 corners is basically commercial and industrial. So we're going to have people who are going to come down our neighborhood street because it is a shortcut getting to I-95. So those were the issues that I wanted to ensure. I wanted to ensure that the trucks, I spoke with the gentleman and he said that there were 28 trucks that were currently going out through that area, but they narrowed it down to 1. I can live with that. But what I want to be assured of is that when this expansion happens and is completed, that they can, I know you can't guarantee anything, but UPS is a $71 billion company. So I think that they can work with us in terms of ensuring that people with a 33440 area code is given priority for hiring for those new jobs. And I want to make sure that they were a part of the traffic calming for that neighborhood so that it would make it even difficult for other trucks to come down that street and to be able to use it as a thoroughfare. Most of the traffic calming patterns we have about 4 or 5 of them. We're going to have community charrettes to be able to introduce this to Federal Gardens so that they can understand what they want for their neighborhood. But those 3 issues are the issues that I had a conversation with them about. I'm a little skeptical still because, this happened years ago and they promised, all this stuff and it didn't happen. But the gentlemen who I spoke with were very convincing. But I want to be able, the conversation I had with him and he in turn had with Mr. Sermons, I feel comfortable enough to move forward to be able to agree to this. But I definitely want these things to be able to transpire, because if not, you will hear from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to piggyback on something Councilwoman Lanier just said. I don't know if you're aware that the Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce has chosen logistics as a primary economic driver for our community, most especially for Riviera Beach. And so in light of that, the Palm Beach State College courses that we have offered right here in Riviera Beach, we've expanded from just giving business specialist, which is a 12-credit CCC or college credit certificate. We now offer an 18-credit CCC in logistics and transportation. What I would like to see is that you offer every graduate of that program at least an interview, not a promise of a job, but at least a promise of an interview when they graduate with that degree. And so after this meeting is over, if you will take my business card from my associate in the back. I'm sorry.
Or should we just call you in the meeting? What? Or should we just call you during the meeting?
That was Steve West with the INCRAD. because I think it's really, I'm excited by the fact that you're going to expand. I'm excited by the prospect of new jobs. But along with Councilwoman Lanier, I'm very concerned that we give those jobs to qualified people, and they will be qualified by virtue of this 18-credit CCC that we're offering. So please, let's get together and make that happen. Are we finished with Mr. McCoy? You're recognized.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam Chair.
After McCoy.
Mr. Sermons, there's the number 8 condition, and I've stepped out to speak to the fire chief. What mechanisms do we have to have that enforced? And I don't know if that was stated.
For which number?
The no-trip trucks may utilize 13th Street.
For number 8?
I'm sorry, yeah, did I say number 8?
Yes, number 8 is an agreement between the city and the applicant that we would enforce based on the nature of this resolution.
And what is our enforcement mechanism?
Going to the operation and stating what they agreed to in this resolution, in this site plan document.
Okay, so, but aside from that, is there any teeth that we can put into it that will hold them to it? Like, for instance, I know I floated this idea, if Mr. Bailey's here, if we could put an overhead signage or something with flashing lights that, you know, we sharing the cost, because I'm sure the gentlewoman from the 3rd District wouldn't mind bearing that cost, since it's going to be a permanent capital structure in her district that almost flashes. You know how when you go over to some of those bridges and it flashes and say you got a vehicle that's too high or something like that. But certainly, you know, we always have conditions, but it means it's not even worth the paper it's written on if nobody's going to hold these people to it, because we had no truck signs there, and they still was going there. So what are we going to do to be able to stop them before it starts and to remediate it? Because I'm telling you, I literally have videos from April of 2019 where they were just, you know, driving straight through. I yield back, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans is trying to get your attention.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the council person is correct. There is no quote-unquote enforcement mechanism that we can put in place that would create for fines, because it is a public roadway. We cannot put for any situation that, unless there is a concern with regards to the failing of infrastructure because of the weight of certain vehicles, that would be the only mechanism that would give law enforcement, in fact, the teeth to try to address this. In my conversations with Councilperson Lanier, and she can opine on that, is through the community discussions, and as a result of the $35,000 contribution, the physical improvements that will be made to that roadway would make it very problematic or troublesome for a truck that would be going down that particular roadway. So we've talked about multiple, whether it's a traffic circle or certain types of physical improvements that would create for some type of challenge for a truck of certain size to be able to meander through the neighborhood. So that would in fact be a mechanism that would be utilized as an enforcement, but there's nothing that legally that we would be able to grab onto. If we did have issues, what we would do is take that particular resolution, have conversations with the management staff like we've done in the past, and address the drivers. So that would be some of the things, the corrective actions that we would seek if there was an issue or complaint associated with additional truck traffic in the area.
Thank you. Anything else?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
I just wanted to provide context, well, just add a comment to the point of hiring of the city residents. Believe it or not, I worked at UPS, and as most may know, I live right across the street in the townhomes. That's where I grew up. And so I worked at UPS across the street from 93 to about 96. And as a young person, a young mother at that time, working part-time, I made very good money there, and then providing those benefits was very beneficial for me as well. You know, back then anyway, I don't know if it's still the same. Everyone pretty much worked as a part-timer and moved your way up as a full-time person. but it definitely helped me out. And so at that time, it meant a lot. And being that it was right across the street, it was very convenient. So to have more residents be able to vie for a position of that stature would be a great leg up for our residents, because you know, I think back then I was making $20 an hour, and that was, you know, pretty good for 1993. And you know, I mean, it's pretty good now too, I think, probably. I believe me, I've looked at going back over there sometimes, but you know, it would be, you know, there were people who lived in the city at that time too that worked there. And so, and it was a very good company to work for. And so I would hope that with the expansion of this location, we do take it serious and really trying to provide our residents with opportunities to, you know, at some point develop a career with UPS over there. And to the point of the trucks on 13th Street, I haven't, unfortunately, haven't been out over in that area in over a month or so, but on my way going to work, I would see them not taking that street. So it looked like they did try to honor. At some point it changed, because I run into a lot of them on Australia now. So I'm glad to see that they are following that. And I would think that, you know, just trying to have a better relationship with the city, they would hold their drivers' feet to the fire in terms of not taking a shortcut and going through the neighborhoods and, you know, disturbing the residents. So I could certainly support it, and thank you all so much.
Thank you. Anything else? It has been moved and seconded. The council give UPS site plan approval. If you agree, vote yes. If no, vote no. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, before taking the roll call vote, there are public comments.
Oh, I'm
on
sorry.
the item.
Go right ahead.
Thane Lozman, Mary Brown.
Thane Lozman, when you come up here to make a comment, you have to be credible. For the record, the Army Corps nor the state of Florida ever
Mr.
fined
Lozman, this is a topic that has to do with
Ms.
UPS
Dixon,
and a site
I will
plan.
file a malpractice
So I'll read the
lawsuit
resolution in case you didn't hear it.
Next
It's
day.
resolution number
Motel, do you
0421.
like to hear
A
yourself talk?
resolution of the City
Okay.
Council of the City of Revere Beach,
I
Palm
think
Beach
it's
County,
important when somebody
Florida,
makes a defamatory
approving site
statement,
plan
you can
application
address it.
from council parcel service, blah, blah, blah,
Okay,
to
now
add
contrary
approximately
to-
1,883 square feet. This is the
Why don't you
item.
shut up when I'm
This is the-
talking?
This is the
okay?
item. You
I
can
am
only
talking
speak-
right now.
Mr. Lozman,
Okay,
you're out
why
of
don't
order.
you shut up,
You can
Botel?
only speak
I'm going to talk
on the
about the
agenda
UPS,
item.
but I have to preface and remark
ahead,
from your
no.
campaign manager.
You can
Okay?
talk all you like
I don't
about
really
UPS.
care what you have to say, and no one does either.
This is your
Okay?
time. Go
Now,
ahead, talk about UPS.
no one cares what you have to say, Botel, just you and Dixon.
Yeah.
Okay? Do you think these
UPS.
other elected officials care what you have to
UPS,
say?
United Parcel
They do
Services.
not.
Here it
Okay?
is. I'll read it again for you, because obviously you don't know what the resolution is you're discussing,
I
okay?
know what the resolution, I'm going
Okay.
to talk about
Speak-
UPS if you would
Oh,
shut up.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay?
then. Yes, go
The
ahead.
UPS, there is a ton of residential housing on the other side of that canal, Avenue S. Does anybody care about those homes over there? I do. I know the West Side residents do. You do not have an entitlement when you have a major facility there of 150,000 square feet already to build more. That's a discretionary action by this board. Okay? Now, Mr. McCoy, why don't you demand that UPS build a noise wall like on I-95 to protect all those homes? As a matter of right, they don't have the ability to build another 50,000 square feet unless you say it's okay. $35,000, that's some kind of joke for a $72 billion company. Ms. Lanier, you said you grew up there. You ought to say, if you want our vote to expand something that's discretionary from this board, we want a traffic study to say, with everybody staying home from COVID, how many trips do you have this year compared to how many trips last year? Who's going to pay to repave this road that's going to wear out in half the time with all this extra traffic? Where is the impact fees? Do you guys know what impact fees are? Impact fees is when you build something and add more density to a property, sewage, roads, all that infrastructure. Where's Sermons? Sermons, do you have any clue? Did you present a traffic study to this board? Where's the traffic study? How much more are the roads going to work? Who's going to pay for all that? You ought to demand an impact fee from UPS. You ought to demand a noise wall for the people on Avenue S. You ought to say, if you want this vote, we are going to have to get paid for it, and those enhancements are going to go to those people. They're going to be inconvenienced. You know, I mean, this doesn't happen in other cities. It happens in Riviera Beach when you have corrupt people like Botel running the show. It doesn't happen in North Bay Village. It doesn't happen in Miami-Dade County. You need to demand, if you want a discretionary increase in that warehouse, you need to put a level of demand. You need a workshop and say, what should some of these demands be? But to push this through, Ms. Lanier is right. You should hold your ground. We want to know who's paying for the road, the sewage, the noise wall. We're just going to hold this level. We're going to hold this item for another time and see how it's going to impact the quality of life and the infrastructure of the people in Riviera Beach.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Mary Bram.
Mary Brown. I too have some great reservations about this too. Too bad that I wasn't in there. UPS has representatives here. Tropical Shipping came into our city, right on 8th Street. They built a beautiful building because why? Ms. Brown and others was there to make sure that those things that as a community that we asked for, that they did that. And they kept their word. Ms. Graham said, no stacked up freight train car, because I had Head Start over there. The place is beautiful. Solar panels. They brought into our community. And right there, we are proud of them. You sit here as today. Up on that, it said, upon approval. It says, upon approval, that you will do those things there. We welcome the business, but it's how you come in and do your business and set up your business. You may be $1 billion, but some of those critiques that Mr. Lozman said, I totally agree with, because you can step up to the plate and address the needs of 13th Street in that community. I have Ms. Dunaway on that street, Paula, Ms. Hightower. You have a lot of elderly people that live there on 13th Street. Do you care about them? Injustice to me is not a justice. It's a threat to we as homeowners. I don't live on that street, but these names and other names that I can call, because why? They call Miss Brown. Because why? Miss Brown lives in this community, and you all do not live in this community. But we expect to have your business, but we do expect for you to treat us like we are $1 million, $1 billion community. And this is what it's like in here. This is what it's like in here. It needs some accountability in here to make sure that you will not let your trucks come down 13th Street. Can any one of you all sit here and actually give this board here and give we as residents a guarantee that your trucks would not come down there and deteriorate our roads and crack those people's homes and stuff? Can you do that? Because I would not pass this here unless it is guaranteed. Put cameras up there. You all can get some impact fees here. You all can get some impact fees here. See, I know about all this stuff just like Fane Lozman. I've been in this city a long time here for the good, because we welcome business true.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
But we want you held accountable.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'll now call the vote. Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes, that passes by unanimous vote. Thank you. Item number 9. Yes.
Madam Chair, just some comments. One of our speakers, residents, did make some very accurate comments in regards to what we can request moving forward. I wanted to support this project because I know the jobs that they provide for the community and what they will continue to do. I'm trusting of this employer to do that job, but I think we need to put some precedents in place, possibly with a workshop or with a discussion, so that we can address what requests we will have when applicants do come to the table in regards to noise ordinance, in regards to traffic studies, in regards to some of the things that was addressed by one of our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk?
Ordinance number 4160, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, enacting a moratorium for up to 180 days as to the filing, receiving, or processing of any application or permit associated with floating structures or live-aboard vessels within corporate limits of the City of Riviera Beach, directing city staff to review, amend, and develop updated land development regulations and other recommendations regarding regulation of floating structures, providing for incorporation into the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicts and severability, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make
So
a
moved.
motion? Thank you. We have a second?
Second.
Madam Chair, if I may, prior to the presentation by the Development Services Director, Clarence Sermon, if I'm not mistaken, is this the item that has a Scrivener's error?
That's correct.
Okay, if that can be stated for the record, especially if it is contained in the title of the ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Chair.
Good evening.
Good evening. If I can point that out, it is on the first page of ordinance number 4160. The last whereas clause refers to the definition section of Florida Statute 127.02. That is a Scrivener's error. That one should be a 327.02. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take my mask off.
You don't have to.
Thank you. If I could repeat it then, the Scrivener's error is found on page 1 of ordinance number 4160. It is the 7th whereas clause, which is the last whereas clause on that page, in which it refers to the Florida statute as number 127.02. It should be 327.02. It is contained also in the agenda item, the memorandum addressed to the City Council and the Mayor. However, I'm most concerned about it being corrected here for ordinance number 4160 on first reading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can have Director Sermons make the presentation on this item.
Thank you.
Yes. So this item is before you at the request of this board. Initially, over about a year ago, my predecessor began working with legal to construct a moratorium on floating structures and liveaboard vessels in the waterways of the city. Because of turnover and the pandemic, that initiative never manifested to coming before you. So it was reanimated last month when the board once again asked staff through the city manager to look into creating a moratorium for this. So I'm before you today with that item. Development Services has worked very closely with the legal department to construct this document for your consideration today. The purpose of this moratorium is to prevent the proliferation of unregulated floating structures and liveaboard vessels in the waters of the city. This moratorium and the time period during which these structures cannot be added, applied for permits, or constructed or moored in the city would give staff time to consider what additional regulations are required and necessary to ensure that our waterways are clear and sanitary. There are some health as well as physical concerns that are related to these types of structures that the city does not have the depth of regulations to address, and it would take place during this time. Additionally, the county is examining creating new regulations for waters of the city related to this, so the city would also like to pause at this time to consider all of those things to determine what additional language needs to be in our codes related to these types of structures and vessels. I have gone out on the waters of the city with our marine unit to take a look at such instances that we have in the city waterways, and I have some photos from that. This is an example of a floating structure in our waterway. Typically, these structures stay in the same place, moored in the same place for years at a time, as those the persons living on them keep it in the same place, and they usually use a smaller vessel to go back and forth between land to get whatever supplies they need. Additional pictures of existing liveaboard vessels in the city waters here. This picture begins some examples of floating structures that exist currently in the city waters. Again, with the lack of regulations currently, there is no even registration process for these types of structures. And so you have things like this in our waterways that are apparently not structurally sound. This isn't something that our building official would inspect to make sure that there are no life safety issues on the structure or anyone who would be above it. So, I'm sorry, on board it. So again, looking at these types of structures and determining if we want them and if we will allow them, if they should exist, or what fashion they should exist and be regulated and permitted in. This is another floating structure that exists in the city waterways. And here is a third floating structure existing in city waterways that's sitting on a type of floating dock with a container on it. Another example of floating structures in the city waterways. On the map here shows the city limits of Riviera Beach as well as our neighbors and their boundaries along the waterway in Lake Worth Lagoon. The red circumscribes our waterways, and this moratorium would apply to those. That concludes staff's presentation.
Can we go back to the map? Yes. And can you go in closer, please?
I'm not able to zoom in.
He can't zoom in, he says.
Madam Chair, Director Shermans, is there a way for you to exit out of the presentation and go into Google Maps to where you can effectively zoom in?
The presentation is on the computer over here, so I'm not sure if they are able to find this location on. That was taken from the county's GIS page, that particular image. Is there a certain area of the lagoon that the council member desires better visuals?
Yes, I kind of want to see where those boundary lines with a little bit more specifics, because
well, you may be able to zoom into the PowerPoint on slide 9. Is there a way to zoom in on that page to see it more closely? The bottom right, there's a plus sign. The very bottom right of the screen.
Is that better, Mr. McCoy?
yes. And there's a portion, I guess, where's the intercoastal waterway relative to this map, which would be, according to what we have, not considered?
That's the Lake Worth Lagoon.
Right, but the language specifically excludes the intercoastal and intracoastal. Page 2, section 13-54 does not apply to any vessel or floating structure owned or operated by the state, or the United States government, comma, or any vessel or floating structure operating within the Florida intracoastal waterway. And I'm trying to find out, you know, this is something I asked for yesterday that I didn't see it, so I guess I want to see where the delineation is of where the waterways begins and ends, and because I think there's a narrow waterway channel. Is that the correct terminology? That would encompass, because, I mean, obviously this is the complete map, but we're gonna have to do better than this, Mr. Sermons. So perhaps if we can table it, I would love to see where we're talking about, because I asked for this, and that was the concern, because I don't want to give some sort of blanket approval when there's clearly a exclusionary language within this. And for the enforcement mechanism piece of it, if we don't know, our Marine unit can't even begin to tell where a boat or a vessel or any kind of structure where they can and can't be, because we don't know the maps ourselves. So can we perhaps table this and give staff some time to give us something better than that? Because clearly I can't determine where it starts and ends, and that's a very fundamental portion of this.
I think perhaps, from my point of view, during the moratorium, those items can be resolved, those questions can be answered. This gives the staff time to do that.
No, ma'am. That's not what is in the whereas clauses. And I think they're very aware of what I'm referring to, since we had this discussion yesterday.
Mr. Sermon? Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, are we doing public comments before we get into our comments, or we're not doing it that way
We should do
anymore?
public comments before we get, go ahead, Madam Clerk, let's
Well,
get.
no, Madam Chair, I guess my question is, this ordinance, I'm just trying to get clarification on the presentation that he presented to us. So before public comments, for the purposes of not just me, but for the public, we should be able to determine where the waterway begins and where the actual Riviera Beach waters, where the moratorium will exist, because the moratorium says this excludes the intracoastal waterways.
And so
Please reference where that is in the document again, please.
Page 2 of, I'm sorry, let me go back, I'm sorry.
Oh, the ordinance itself.
Yes, page 2, second whereas clause. Well,
I think I have a map somewhere of the intercoastal waterway. Let me see.
if I may, the ordinance would apply to everything in red, the waters of the city. The intracoastal waterway refers to that entire body between the island and that strip that runs along the mainland and the barrier islands that stretches down the coast of the state. So that whereas clause is saying that those government vessels operating in any part of the intracoastal waterway are exempt from that portion of the code.
that's exactly my point. If it doesn't apply to those, and you're saying the intracoastal waterway is everything from the, I guess, the easternmost seaboard, the easternmost border of our coast on the mainland, all the way up until the barrier island, that's considered the waterways. That's exactly what you have, I guess, included in that section. And you can't say we're going to create a moratorium to say all Riviera Beach waters excluding the intercoastal waterways, when clearly I can see that that's the intercoastal waterway. Is that the best picture we have?
Madam Chair,
Yes, you're recognized.
we have with us Bob Diffenderfer with the law firm of Lewis, Longman and Walker. He's assisted my office and Mr. Sermons with this draft. His firm has, and perhaps he can shed some light on Mr. McCoy's questions and maybe clear some things up for you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're right.
Madam Chair, Bob Diffenderfer, Lewis, Longman and Walker for the city. Clarification perhaps is that the section you're referring to refers to the existing ordinance of the city, which contains that prohibition. That existing ordinance of the city will continue to apply, but the reach of the moratorium is to all waters within the boundaries of the city. So the moratorium itself is a prohibition against any new consideration in the city, period. The point you're trying to make, should it apply in the intercoastal, should it not apply, that's part of the discussion that needs to be had over the course of development of this ordinance. What the whereas clause is referring to are the contours of your existing ordinance, not the breadth of the moratorium itself.
And I'm just asking for that to be delineated so that where we know what part is not excluded, or not included inside of the moratorium.
Is that a question, Mr. McCoy?
No, that's a statement. I heard what he said, but I'm telling you, looking at this map, because this obviously at this point is a part of the official record, one cannot tell where the intercoastal begins or ends. Even if you tell me our current code encompasses Section 34 does not apply, well then, if that is true, then someone or somewhere, there should be a map that delineates what is excluded by 1354.
So what's excluded by 1354 is any vessel operating in the waterway.
Okay.
In the intercoastal waterway.
Right, but Ms. Nguyen, I don't know why it's so difficult. I just want to know where it starts and ends. That's it. And, this is the same question I asked before because, if it's in the Florida Intracoastal Waterway, then if it's my understanding that that falls within the authority of Fish and Wildlife, am I correct? For the regulation of any kind of vessels or structures.
Chair Botel, if I
go ahead.
may address Councilperson McCoy, you bring up a very valid issue, and it's an issue that Palm Beach County is wrestling with, and that's the arbitrary lines in the waterways. It's created many jurisdictional issues, even between the county and the city. Sometimes PBSO and our city marine unit can't always determine, well, is this Palm Beach County waters or city waters? And the county thinks, and this is why they're actively involved in drafting this ordinance, the county believes that if they have an ordinance encompassing all of the county and allowing municipalities to opt out, that they are going to be able to address the jurisdictional issues that you so raise. Because it is difficult to draw a line in the water. They have recognized that. The other issue that the county raised in staff meetings with city staff was that enforcement was lacking in their 2015 ordinance, and that is very similar to what the city has in its code, okay? They don't have any language that allows the county to remove the floating structure. And as you can see, City of Riviera Beach is also lacking in that enforcement area of our code. And we have these state statutes and city policy if a vessel is derelict or at risk. But with a floating structure, if a floating structure is at risk, we don't have anything or any mechanism to address it. And so what happens if a storm comes? They sink. And when they sink, it's a greater problem for the city and the county if it's in county waters, because now it's our responsibility to raise it and dispose of it, so it doesn't become any kind of navigational or environmental hazard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Oh, you done? Any other questions or comments? Councilwoman Miller-Anderson?
Well, I thought we were going to public comment.
Oh,
I just wanted to get some delineation on that, but we can go to public comment.
Let's go to public comment. Thank you.
Fane Lozman, Bessie Brown, J.B. Dixon.
Fane Lozman, I'm not impressed with you, Mr. Sermons. You don't seem to know the difference between a vessel and a floating structure. Vessels have hull ID numbers, okay? They're supposed to be registered in, is that him over there? They're supposed to be registered in the state of Florida. Right now, the Riviera Beach Police Department can go tow any floating structure in city waters that's not on private property and destroy it. That's considered floating litter. The state of Florida says any floating structure that's in state waters can be removed without any notice. The county has a floating structure ordinance. Any floating structure that's in county waters can be removed without no notice, without due process. The only thing that can be in state waters are registered vessels. We went through this with the county 5 years ago, okay? This is only because Botel doesn't like my floating structure on my property, and the county specifically excluded floating structures on private property. Because floating structures on private property are allowed to have a homestead exemption per state law. So my floating container home has a homestead exemption. There's nothing you can do with it. I can put 20 container homes out there. There's nothing you can do about it because it's homestead. You can fine me all you want. You can't foreclose on my property. So the county recognized that floating structures can only be allowed on private property or in private marinas, but if they're out there on the water, you can go destroy them tonight. You can go any floating structure on city or state waters, you can grab it and destroy it because it doesn't exist. There's no vessel ID number for it. There's no hull ID number for it, excuse me. So this is just between Botel and her little obsessive hat lady over there. Let's try to get Fane Lozman out of it. You're not going to. You're right, I want to build $15 million homes up and down that road, but they're precluding that. So let's see if you like to have Hong Kong Harbor with a bunch of container homes, and there's nothing you can do about it, Botel, or the hat lady for that matter. You know, because it's private property. Go talk to the county. I talked to the city attorney. She didn't go talk to Denise Neiman. Denise Neiman will tell you, the county attorney, you can't regulate floating structures on private property. And Mr. McCoy, you're a smart guy. This guy's clueless. The Intercoastal Waterway, when did Riviera Beach take over the Intercoastal Waterway? When did that happen? Okay, you're damn right. Intercoastal Waterway, when did that happen? Why don't they know what a floating structure is? I learned about it because I had Stanford Law School represent me in what redefined the definition of vessel at the U.S. Supreme Court. So you got floating structures out there, you can go tell your police captain to go get them out of there tonight. But on private property, there's nothing you can do about it when they're homesteaded. And finally, Lewis Longman Walker, who's paying your bill? The taxpayers are paying it. This is Botel is an evil woman spending tens of thousands of dollars on attorneys to try to target me. As a board,
you're out of order. Your time is up.
Thank
you so much. You're done.
You don't run this city.
Can I remind you,
you're
you're done.
Waste
Your time
our
is up.
Taxpayers' money on law firms. That's what you have to say. She's not going to run this
Your
city.
time is up,
Okay.
Mr. Lozman. I
Botel, shut up.
Yeah, your time is up.
Bessie Brown, J.B. Dixon.
I need to drink. Hey, Clarence.
Good evening, Bessie Brown. I'm here supporting the floating vessels, floating homes, you know, basically. I actually, we've been through this already, the city. We've had a moratorium before on all of this stuff again, and now you want another moratorium. When you should have taken care of all of that then. But now we're back here with this and on and on and on. And I know basically it's about Fane Lozman's property. But if he puts his stuff on his property, I don't know what you want to do with it. But then you change the city's ordinances, you know, and things and you know, policies and stuff. But basically, you all should just do what is right and fair about that man's property and whatever else is involved in all this other stuff. Because He has a right to put something on his property. He has a right to put what he wants on his property. And I just, I wish you all would really stop just, knowing on him, because I think, aren't there floating homes over there anyway? So why is it that just now we're actually identifying Fane Lozman's home, information? Basically, you need to do what's right from the beginning about floating homes and floating properties and all that, because you're wasting our time and taxpayers' dollars, and by doing this and doing that, and always going on moratoriums. You need to just do what's right from the top to the bottom, because I'm sick of this. I'm really sick of this.
Thank you. J.B. Dixon?
Well, I agree that you should do what's right, but what is
Could
right?
you just state your name and address?
I'm sorry, J.B. Dixon, Singer Island, Riviera Beach. I think that you should do what is right, and that is to pass this moratorium, because we have gotten in trouble in the past because we have not had the time to develop our policies, our rules, and our regulations. They have been neglected, and we saw that when we had to pass the Special Preservation District, that we had not changed our zoning. So we need the time, the staff needs the time to do this job well and not just rush into it. In the meantime, if you don't have a moratorium, people who want to put floating shacks everywhere will apply for permits. And this gives the staff a chance to be able to develop good rules and regulations. I was a boat owner prior to coming to Florida, Great Lakes boating up north. I've owned several boats. Like most things, there are good boaters and bad boaters, responsible ones and irresponsible ones. We have a lot of irresponsible ones right down here in Riviera Beach, putting waste into our waters where people are swimming. We have children swimming under the Blue Heron Bridge, and we have not only derelict boats, but those floating structures. They do not have toilets. When they do have toilets, the kind that you have to carry off your boat as opposed to having pumped out, they take the head, as it is known, and they just dump it over the side. We cannot do anything at this point unless you actually see them do it. And of course, they don't do it at high noon, they do it at midnight. So we need all kinds of regulations and rules to make sure, A, that our water is safe and that the people who swim and snorkel in our water are safe. And right now, they're not. They are not, and you can ask anyone who boats there that they have seen this. You can do anything and call it a floating structure. You can put a car on pontoons, an old wreck of a car, and that is a floating structure. We do not need to look like a trailer park for rusty old automobiles. We have a beautiful waterway. We should keep it that way. People who are irresponsible come from Jupiter and other places where they're harassed, and they come to Riviera Beach because it is known as someplace that does not enforce whatever rules and regs it has, and in many cases does not have rules and regulations. So I urge you to pass this moratorium so that we can develop the proper ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude public comment?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair,
You're recognized, Mr. Lawson.
just going through the backup, Mr. Evans, it said that a member of City Council directed staff to review current city code provisions. When was that direction given?
With regards to the item that's contained in the memorandum, I can't speak to any directive that was provided by any particular council person. I know that once I started with the agency, this was an item that staff had been working on. I don't know if Director Shermans has any additional information concerning that.
The original directive also preceded my time with the city, but I understand my predecessor took the lead on investigating and cultivating a moratorium ordinance.
Okay, I just don't recall serving for the last 20 months when this direction was given to address the floating homes. And if this is something that we've been working on for a while, I'm just concerned with us continuing to bring moratoriums to the table versus addressing what's the major overarching issue, which is the comp plan and land development code. So until we can really address our comprehensive plan and the land development code, I think we're just going to just keep putting Band-Aids on the issues that pop up over and over. So colleagues, I think we need to put more effort in advising Mr. Evans to address the comprehensive plan and the land development code. That needs to be something that I've been addressing and discussing from the day that we got here. And every time this moratorium or an issue comes up within the city, we just slap a Band-Aid over it to try to research and figure out what we're going to do. We need to just take an entire look in totality of our code so we can address the intensities and densities down Broadway, so that we can address some of the land uses, so we can address our wetlands, so we can address the living board vessels in our waters. I think that we just are taking a reactive approach instead of being proactive again. Mr. Evans, where do we stand with addressing and updating our comprehensive plan and our land development codes?
Madam Chair, if Director Sermons can speak to the items that were contained in Councilman Lawson's comments.
Okay.
Yes, I definitely agree that our comprehensive plan and our codes have been lacking attention, and I've worked with city administration to reorganize the department so that we have dedicated staff. So one of our our principal planner position has been reallocated to long-range planning exclusively, which means they will no longer focus on individual permits and individual site plan application reviews to create reports for planning and zoning, but they would only focus on our comprehensive plan and the associated codes of the city, so that they're not consistently on the back burner and that someone owns that process, because it's very important to address the long-range planning and not just the individual applications and being reactive to them. So that person owning that process will consistently bring these items to the board, and we want to, part of the goal is to reduce the amount of consultants we are using to address these issues, that we have a dedicated staff member who every day is working on updating these sections of our plan, with some consultant work with it, but the bulk of it will be done by city staff now because we have a dedicated position, and we are hoping we can continue to reorganize to get a second person in that new division of the planning portion of the Development Services Department.
And follow up, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I think that staff can definitely handle it, but also this is the perfect time to bring in this consultant or professional to assist with updating the comprehensive plan, because I really want to understand what are we going to be doing for the next 180 days on this moratorium. I want an outlined plan. This was the previous concerns that I had. It's not that I'm against the moratorium, it's that I'm against the fact that we don't have a plan in place and a process, policies and procedures of what we're going to do during this 180 days. And then after this time frame has expired, are we going to be asked to extend it again? So what exactly are we doing during this next moratorium before we can actually move forward with voting on this? That consultant, I think, is the perfect time for us to bring in and address our entire comprehensive plan and really focus on what the issues are versus when someone puts a floating vessel on the water and just slapping a moratorium on them. I don't think that's the proper way of moving forward. And for the process of being a policymaker, I think we need to address the policies of our comprehensive plan. I think we need to address the concerns that we have as a city versus just kind of slapping Band-Aids on the issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with the comments of the last resident that came up in regards to, I've heard this often about City of Riviera Beach, and, you know, come to the City of Riviera Beach and do whatever you want to here. You can get away with this, you can get away with that. And with the city's new council, the city's new administration, I think that we are moving in the right direction to address comprehensive plan issues. These are plans that cities set for 20 and 30 years in the future. So this is not a plan that you can do in a couple of days or a couple of months. These are things with these issues, especially this one that is before us tonight. These are issues that when we move forward with the comprehensive plan, These are ordinances and these are planning and zoning issues that will be in the city's coffers and plans for the next 20 to 30 years. And having a moratorium to make sure that these things are, the experts that we have, none of us sitting here are experts in planning and zoning. None of us sitting here are experts in floating structures. That is the reason why we have attorneys, that is the reason why we have consultants, and that is the reason why we hire people who have those expertise. They bring the issues to us, we discuss them, we ask the questions, but we want to be sure that when we do move forward with comprehensive plans, with moratoriums, that those things are issues that are well thought out, because these are going to stand on the books for the next 20 years. So I'm in agreement with the moratorium in the sense that it gives the city time to research and bring the experts in so that when we do change our comprehensive plan, when we do move forward with plans for the city, then we certainly will be in a position that it can stand the test of time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, do you have a remark to make?
Yes, the issue that Mr. McCoy was inquiring about the map, is this something that they can have, being that this is first reading, is that something they can have for us by the next meeting? Because I know he was thinking about possibly pulling it off until that is identified.
Mr. Sermons.
Yes, I don't see any reason why we couldn't have an updated map by the second reading.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? You're recognized.
Just to address a comment of my colleague, this issue with this floating home vessel, I believe, is over 2 years old. So us slapping a moratorium on it to address the issue and stating that a comprehensive plan doesn't take a week or a couple of days or a couple months, we're dragging our feet and continuing to be reactive to the issues that come across the table. I directly stated hire a consultant to address the concerns, hire a professional to address the issues we have, and stop dragging our feet. And then once something happens, we want to slap a moratorium on this. This is the improper way of handling operations of our city, and we continue to make these missteps. We've been serving, I've served for the last 20 months, and I do not feel that the accomplishments of this board is up to the par of what we said we were going to serve this community. We need to do a better job and demand our staff to complete this. So if this is an issue that was addressed 2 years ago, why are we doing a moratorium to continue to research it? There's obviously a problem. So Madam Chair, what we're saying and what I'm saying is us bringing a consultant in to address our comprehensive plan so that the additional borrowed time that I have serving on this dais, we can actually get something accomplished.
Any other comments? It has been moved and seconded. The council approve a moratorium.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, I did have a comment. I do hear what Mr. Lawson is stating. I know back, if my memory serves me correctly, back when Mr. Evans came the first time back in 2017, I believe that was during the time, and they had started working on this, and Mr. Bailey at that time were doing basically community meetings and trying to get input and get started with my district. And I believe after Mr. Evans left, unfortunately, it did fall by the wayside from the council that was there, as well as the administration, city manager that was there at that time. And so I know that, this is something that we do need to take a look at and try to bring it up to speed. But being that this is the first reading, I would not have an issue with it. I understand, I understand your point in seeing that we're being reactive. I would only be voting for this because of the fact that I expect to have a little more information between now and then. And if we could possibly get an idea as to when we could start looking at the comp plan, I could certainly be in support of it, and knowing that we can do both at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. The council approve a moratorium.
Question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, just reading the title of this resolution, the ordinance, Mr. Sermons, I'm sorry, Mr. Sermons.
Mr. Sermons, how do you say your name?
Sermons.
Sermons.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't mind the accent, though. I'll still answer to it.
Okay. So this moratorium prevents the filing or receiving of applications for permits associated with floating structures. Explain what that means. Because if there's no process now, I'm trying to figure out what exactly would one come to ask the city for?
So the structures existing legally and illegally, any future legal or illegal floating structures or liveaboard vessels are the ones that are being addressed by this. So if someone came to the city to say, I would like to put this in the lagoon, part of the reason we would have the moratorium is to say that we don't have a well enough developed process at this time to allow that. So we are working on those, and at the end of this the moratorium period, we would expect to have the right processes in place to handle such requests.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
In the scenario you just proposed, that you just described, that there being a floating structure that's illegal, that would be illegal by what authority or what standards or what regulatory body?
By the city codes.
Well, then we wouldn't accept applications for illegal structures. And if it's specifically where we describe, I'm finished, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that council approve a moratorium on floating structures and liveaboards. If you agree, vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I did have a question in reference to the statement Mr. Sermons just made. Legal and illegal structures. If there's no process in place, what are we really putting a moratorium in place for?
So if someone is applying for a dock to place a floating structure on their property, we would reject that application and say, no, there's currently a moratorium, and we would let them know afterwards when they can activate that application and it be processed.
What are the daily fines for an individual that has an illegal structure?
I don't know offhand.
Okay, but there are fines in place that we would be able to implement if somebody had an illegal structure?
I would have to defer on that question.
That would be through the code enforcement process, correct?
It could be, but the fine portion of it, I don't believe is defined currently in the ordinance, how much that fine would be. So I'm not sure how we would calculate the amount, and again, points to the need for us to visit the regulations and make sure we have an effective mechanism for enforcement.
Right, because if there is no fine amount listed or that's been adopted, then you can't implement one.
Right, so
that's, I guess, Mr. Sermon's point is that goes more toward the need of having a moratorium so that you can put those things in place.
okay. Mr. Sermons, are we going to be hiring a new position for the additional help, or are we taking a planner off the books to put them to work on this process?
As of now, through the process with administration, I have been able to reassign a planner specifically for long-range planner. If I am able to get an additional body for that subdivision of our planning division of the department, hopefully I can get that, but of course we always have funding limitations, but that is something that we are looking into currently.
Currently, our site plan process is already long, so taking someone off and putting them on long-term planning is going to make it even longer, as opposed to possibly bringing in a consultant to oversee this. Because if we take somebody from our current department, which is actually one of our slowest departments, which we've been working on for the last year and a half to expedite that permitting process and the site plan procedure, I don't want to take somebody from your department without giving you the proper tools to be successful. I'd rather give you that additional person to research this, working with a consultant, because I just don't want to delay our process in development and growth in our community.
I definitely understand that concern, and I agree that when I came into the department, our turnaround times were not acceptable. But I'm confident in the staff that we've identified to bring in that efficiency will be the new normal in the department, and that we can turn around the site plan process more quickly. And some of the delays were more administrative in nature and not necessarily because of a lack of manpower. So there's multiple fronts that I've been addressing that in the department. So we are, I'm confident that reassigning this person to long-range planning will make us be more efficient in our short-range planning as well as long-range.
Madam Chair?
Who's speaking? Oh, Mr.
To speak a little bit on the comments that Director Sermons made, the process as it stands right now is being provided by a contractual provider. Director Sermons has successfully secured full-time personnel to be able to fill critical vacancies in the agency and eliminate the reliance on a contractual provider to help move some of the items forward. In subsequent conversations, and we can bring this back to the board with a more definitive timeline and some of the things that staff is working on to address the items that were contained in Councilman Lawson's remarks, to show concurrently how we're looking to move the department forward. But it has been a desire and a task that Director Sermons has been moving towards, the less reliant on our contractual providers and bringing people into those positions and utilizing staff that has a vested interest in addressing some of the concerns that this board has stated in previous discussions. So we can bring that part of the memorandum, subsequent conversations at the second reading to the board to show you the steps that we are making concerning some of the items that were mentioned by Councilman Lawson.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
I was going to see if we needed to offer an amendment before that for that typo that we had earlier.
Did you want to offer an amendment?
Well, I thought that's what was suggested. Was it not?
I thought the Scrivener's error was corrected. You can move to adopt the ordinance on first reading with that correction.
Yes.
Okay, I amend that we move to adopt the ordinance on first reading with that correction of the section of, for the statutes being 327.02 on the first page in the seventh whereas clause.
Okay. Wait a second. Did we not already have a motion to adopt, or not? Did I miss something?
But then we have a typo that was introduced by her and by,
Okay,
by
so
Ms. Busby.
do we have to go back to the original motion, Madam Clerk? Or can we just move to,
You can move with the,
say that again?
you can move ahead with the.
I can't understand you, I'm sorry.
You can move ahead with the motion as amended.
Okay, the motion is amended. And we had a second? Did we have a second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that council approve a moratorium on floating structures and liveaboards with the amended language. If you agree, vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes, that motion is approved, 5-0. Thank you. Item number 11.
Resolution number 0521, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency for the city to provide information technology, maintenance, and infrastructure services, directing and authorizing the city manager to take such actions as shall be necessary to carry out the intent and desire of the agency, providing funding for its IT services, annual cost of $78,000, and total startup cost of $232,900, not to exceed $310,900 in the first year, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair and members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt Resolution 05-21.
Thank you. We have a second?
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, before our Information Technology Director, Mr. Chris Prasad presents the item, I do want to state that based on the conversations that occurred earlier in this meeting, there may be some modifications as a result of the capital expenditure associated with IT services if the CRA does not move to the location as previously discussed. So I did want to put the backdrop in that as part of the discussion. And at this time, Madam Chair, if
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Prasad.
so can I respond to the man?
Go ahead, you're right.
Mr. Evans, if that's true, then this would be premature.
There's a component of it as it relates to the service element, but there may be the capital outlay may deviate. And so there is, of course, an existing agreement that's in place, and if it's the board's pleasure to have the discussion with regards to the relocation and then look to handle this item, that's certainly at the pleasure of the board, but this is a two-part item, so it depends on how the board wishes to proceed.
Madam Chair?
You're recognized.
I'd make a recommendation to table this item until we've had a discussion with the CRA and the movement in the office location.
Mr. McCoy, do you agree to that?
I was just gonna offer a motion to reject it, but
Table.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
no, I didn't say table, I said
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, you're recognized.
Well, see, this is kind of going back to where I was earlier, where I don't know how this caught everybody off guard, because otherwise this wouldn't be on the agenda tonight. And that goes back to the fact that we had conversations during the CRA meeting. But if we're now saying tonight, we've had a change of heart, or we're thinking that we've changed our minds, that's one thing. But this item didn't make it to this agenda just by making it here. It was based on some discussions and decisions that we made back in those previous meetings where we changed the contract for the BB&T building, where we talked about doing the computer IT stuff. So I just, I mean, there's a reason why it's on the agenda, and that's because we had this discussion. But if we're wanting to now, change our minds and pull it off the agenda tonight, that's fine. But there's a reason why it's here. We've talked about this a few times, and so if the majority of the board wants to pull it off, I mean, I don't support pulling it off because my position hasn't changed on either positions of the CRA moving or doing the IT. But if the majority of the board wants to do that, then that's absolutely fine with me.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Miller Anderson, I believe that that Mr. Evans stated that there will be a change in costs if we make a decision to not relocate the CRA building. And we don't have that information as to what that change of cost would be. So I think that's why the reason we decided to table it till that discussion with the CRA meeting.
That's fine, but like I said, I don't agree with any of it because we kind of already had this discussion. But if you all need more time and want to change, then that would be appropriate for you, I guess.
It seems to me we have consensus to table. Do you want to make a motion to table it?
Well, actually, I think we have two individuals on the table, one person that wants to reject, one person that wants to go forward, so we're missing Ms.
I'm sorry,
Councilwoman
Mr. McCoy, what's your position on this?
Well, I was just gonna say we need to take it off altogether because shouldn't this number have to be reassessed now that they're not actually moving there? So the numbers may not be exactly what we've had them to go and work on. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe when we had the constant computing item, it was stated that we were not going to save any money by going to the city's IT services. Now, it would seem that the 200,000 would be even, I don't see the exact amount, 200 and some odd $1,000 would be even more inflated if we're not moving over to that other location because we may not have that level of IT infrastructure that's required. But in any event, I think it has to go hand in hand with whether or not those members of the CRA move.
So doesn't tabling it accomplish that?
Well, I don't like the fight of outsourcing anyway, so I was gonna say outright reject it, but we can table.
Okay, so.
That's what I was trying to get your attention at, but.
Okay, so, Mr. Lawson, do you want to make that motion? To table it?
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry.
If I may, if the board is conceivably looking to table this, Again, then it requires the board to take the item off the table, and so then it puts staff in a situation as to how can we prepare for placing an item on the agenda when we don't know it's going to be removed from the table and when that may occur. If the board would consider us looking to couple this as part of the discussion with the potential relocation, we can do that and set that for a CRA meeting. You have a workshop on the 27th, but we can conceivably come back at your first meeting in February to discuss the IT element as well as the potential relocation if it is the board's pleasure.
Does that sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan to me.
That's
You-
fine with me.
That's fine, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's fine. That's what we'll do then, Mr. Evans. So we will table it until we have an opportunity to meet and join these two issues.
We would be setting this item to a meeting in the future, and the meeting date will be your first CRA meeting of February for the discussion on the relocation as well as the IT services agreement.
Okay, so that's the motion then, Mr. Lawson? Yes, and do we have a second, Mr. McCoy?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Pro
Yes.
Tem Lawson. Chair
Yes.
Votel.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lanier out.
Item number 12, thank you for your great presentation. Thanks.
Welcome to the team. I wish my first one was that easy. Right?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the time is now 9:46.
Do we have left? 14 is
Mo-
14 is gone, right? So we have 1, 2,
If it's the pleasure of the board, Madam Chair, I'd move to extend meeting indefinitely till we complete the agenda.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes.
That
the meeting-
motion is approved with Councilperson Lanier out.
And the meeting is extended indefinitely. Item number 12.
Resolution number 06-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the official naming of the meeting space located within the Richard and Annie Brooks Community Center as the Southside Coalition of Riviera Beach Heights Multipurpose Room, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
I believe someone has put an item in before you read that. At least she gave it to the assistant there. They were in a timely manner. Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair,
We didn't take a vote. I mean, we did not vote. We didn't, first, we didn't make a motion.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I got distracted. Do we have someone, would someone care to make a motion? That we approve the official naming of the meeting space located within the Annie and Richard Brooks Community Center as the Southside Coalition of Riviera Beach Heights Municipal Multipurpose Room.
So move.
I'll second that. We have a presentation.
Madam Chair, I will attempt to stand in for Councilperson Lanier. This item before the board is to seek authorization to proceed forward with effectively changing the names of some of the interior rooms at the Brooks Center to recognize the contributions that the Southside Coalition of Riviera Beach has made, as well as the Councilperson Lanier, I didn't know if you wanted to
Proceed.
to recognize the contributions that persons have made in our community with regards to the spaces. As it relates to staff's research, we did research if there was any particular policy in place that speaks to naming facilities or how the city has done this in the past. In most cases, and based on the research, it has been a administrative activity that has occurred as it relates to the naming of the facility. So in conversations with Councilperson Lanier and pursuant to what our recommendation would be to bring this before the board in the form of a resolution to effectively name the 2 interior rooms for the Southside Coalitions, as well as recognizing Mrs. Dawson as one of the recipients of the other room being named. Staff is here to answer any questions and recommends approval of the resolution that's before you this evening.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say about this resolution. This was on the agenda for the last meeting that was canceled. The Southside Coalition of Riviera Beach Heights is a nonprofit organization that has been around for the last 30 years. Over in what they call it the Firehouse off of 4th Street, but they've renamed it Sadie McCray Park. That is where every Thursday for the last 20 years, they have fed children in that community out of their own pockets. The program, in terms of the Brooks Center, is a building that they were instrumental in having built. And by rights, the building should have been named after them at that time, but it wasn't. They were instrumental in making sure that they came to council meetings, that they were working with the council people at the time to be able to get that building built. So I wanted to recognize this group because they have been in that neighborhood over 30 years. This is what they do every week. All of the children in the neighborhood come now to the Brooks Center, and because they were so instrumental in getting this building built, I thought it would only be right and fair that the community and the media room inside of that building was named for them, because they have been instrumental in that neighborhood. And these are some old, they probably wouldn't mind me saying this, but you know, most of the members are in their 80s and 90s. They've been doing this for 30, 40 years. So these are the things that we want to recognize in the city. People who don't get any recognition, people don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. They, you know, you never see them getting medals or certificates or awards. They are just people who live in this community, who've been here most of their lives, you know, 50, 60, 70 years in this city, and have been doing the work without anybody even noticing them. So I just wanted to make sure that they were recognized for their efforts in that particular neighborhood, Riviera Beach Heights.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy.
Excuse me?
Yes, Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Are we going to public comment, or are we not gonna?
Oh, we should go to public comment. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. You always keep me on.
I mean, the only reason I say that
No,
is,
you're right.
I
Let's all
mean,
forget
just for
about it.
consistency's sake, I mean, if we want to switch up every time.
Yeah, no, you're right. We should go to public comment. Madam Clerk?
Mary Bram, Fane Lozman, Doretta Polk.
I totally agree with this. Ms. Lanier gave you a little history about this fantastic nonprofit organization here. They literally advocated for the building of this center here. The previous board and the previous board, they were promised that they would have a building to bring their kids out of the storm, the rain, and the sleet, because they had been in that park there for years, doing a magnificent job with those children. I know Ms. Lanier gave you a little history, but I think that this is so fitting and proper that within the background here, for the residents that do not know, but all of those that are over in that area, these women have been unyielding and has rendered untiring service to that community over there. So, and they advocated for that building. I know it for a fact. That was years and years and years. The Southside Coalition of Riviera Beach Heights Incorporation was organized in 1996 with the specific purpose of providing after-school and summer programs, tutoring, arts and crafts, as well as spiritual mentoring services. Further, this organization, in cooperation with Concerned Mothers, has over the past 20 years plus and counting, entirely assisted not only the youth in the neighborhood, but has also extended social enhancement opportunities to the adults as well. Given that the Brooks Center is located in District 3 and the Southside Coalition services residents of this respective district, it is in effect recognized ongoing and valuable service to the city in general and Southside residents in particular. Councilwoman Shirley Lanier spearheaded an effort to conduct the naming of the meeting space located within the Richard and Ann Brooks Community Center, which is located in District 3. What a fitting tribute. They don't need no street. They need that name brought into them so they can come out of the rain and snow and sleep with those kids. So, good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pram.
Thane Lozman, Doretta Polk.
Thane Lozman. The city manager brought up an interesting point. Administrative actions. Does anybody bother to go look at the charter and see what the charter says? You know, we have items on the charter since 1957. Did you bother to go look and see if this is covered by the charter, Mr. Evans? 1957, there was a liveaboard restriction put in the city marina for 6 months. Look it up, 13-.
Mr. Lawson, this is about the Southside Coalition. Yeah, no, I won't, because you're supposed to be talking about.
I'm trying to make a point.
Okay,
as to,
if
I'm
it's
trying to make a
about-
point as
okay.
far as we're not following the city charter.
If it's about this agenda
Ms.
item.
Martell, I have a right to make
Yeah.
my comment and explain
You
what
do.
I'm getting
You
at
really
without
do.
you constantly
But
interrupting.
this has nothing to do with
It does.
liveaboards, unless we're
Because-
living aboard the
excuse
Brooks Center, which I don't think we are, or we're living aboard the Southside Coalition,
I'm
which I
trying
don't
to
think we
talk
are.
about the process.
Okay, go right ahead
And the
then.
process is giving examples for other things where the process has failed, and the city manager has the right to go through the process. Are we covered in the, on the last item, he blew off the charter from 1957. There already was a liveaboard restriction. He said there's nothing in the charter now. I don't believe this guy anymore. I don't think he's competent to determine what's in the charter and what's not. We've been naming buildings after people for a long time. I'm pretty sure somewhere there's an ordinance or charter as far as the process. You mean to tell me in the history of this city we don't have a process to name buildings after people who've done a good job? Sure we do. But he is ignoring, and is a perfect example with the 1957 rule. Look at the charter 13-79 with the liveaboard restriction. It's been around since 1957. I don't think it's credible that we have no idea what we're doing. Oh, we just kind of shotgun approach it, administrative, whatever. Why don't we just name a building after you, Botel? If that's what your boyfriend wants to do, we are not going to tolerate what goes on here. Oh, you know Evans lived down the hall from Miss Botel at the Tierra, don't you? The bottom line is this. We don't have competence to determine what's in the charter, what isn't in the charter. They had a responsibility to tell you about the 1957 ordinance, Mr. McCoy, and they blew you off. Look it up, 13-79. Is this couple that ran this place, did they do a good job? I'm sure they did. The city manager didn't do a good job explaining why should it be named after him? Why should it be named after Kavanaugh? Why should it be named after someone else? Callaway, excuse me. Why should it be named after Herman McRae? Where is the process? Just because Miss Lanier wants to name it after him? Well, that's not good enough, Miss Lanier, because there's a lot of credible people that have done a great job. I'm not saying they haven't, but where is the process? And the city manager says, oh, it's just an administrative thing. No, it isn't. You know, go back and do your homework on the last item. And we're not going to just keep blowing
Thank you,
off.
Mr. Losman. Your time is
Well,
finished.
you took
Thank
some of
you.
my time,
Yeah,
okay?
thank you.
That's
Yep,
right.
you can be
We
seated.
are not going to be
Mr.
blowing off
Losman,
the charter
Mr.
any
Losman,
longer.
you're out of order.
You're out of order. How's that? How's that?
Sit down.
You're going to take my time away?
Mr.
You're gonna-
Losman,
hey,
your time. excuse me.
You want to keep
I can-
babbling
I-
on there?
You are violating our rules, and for doing that, I
You
can
are
have you,
violating
I can
my-
have you
my right to
removed from
free
the chamber. I don't want to do that, so please
Well,
sit
you can do
down.
whatever you want to do. And by the way,
Mr.
item number
Lozman.
11, I had a card in and I wasn't called on item
Mr.
11.
Lozman,
You
please
see what I
sit
just said? What happened to item 11, Botel?
Loretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, a resident of Riviera Beach. Mr. Lozman, these two women, Mrs. Dolores Dawson and Mrs. Matthews, deserve the inside of that building name behind them. They have been doing this for over 30 years. I came a part of that organization several years ago, and what they sacrificed, Mr. Lozman, is off the chain. So when you come up here and try to degrade these two elderly women, shame on you. Another thing, I do hope you all pass this resolution to name in this inside multicultural building, the inside of it, where we have different programs on behalf of them. They are totally worthy. Sometimes when we feed the children, the adults that she had as children bring their children there, and then we also do multitasking. We tutor. There's tutoring done. Mrs. Grimsley also organized that for the children, and their feeding of the children. There's scriptures read from the Bible. There's different things that these Mrs. Dawson and Mrs. Matthews have brought to the table. I want to comment concerning Mr. Trogic McCoy stating this, a couple of weeks ago, this room was overflowed. We had an overflow of the other room with elderlies. Ms. Dawson, Ms. Matthews, and everybody that's on that committee came with walkers, canes. It was not enough to have a diocese, and not even 10 minutes after they settled down and said they had to leave. And you said the reason you weren't here because it was not advertised at City Hall on the bulletin. Shame also on you. How do you treat our elderly in such a disregard because you didn't see it on the bulletin? I'm sure you all get the agenda. Don't you get the agenda prior to the meeting? You don't do such a thing. There's such disrespect that you paid for these citizens that has given so much out of their hard time and energy. They are seniors, and we deserve better. And you said it. Go back and look at the tapes. That's why you didn't show up. Shame on you.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Yes, I was not going to say something, but clearly, Mr. Evans or Ms. Nguyen, can somebody establish for the purposes of the public meeting notice requirement, not advertisement, the public meeting notice requirement of the principal place of headquarters when it comes to public meetings? Because even so much, right, if you go to that meeting box, Riviera Beach Housing Authority regularly and monthly advertise within the box. And if you don't do that, that's a violation of state law. So don't sit here and suggest, ma'am, that for some reason I didn't want to come for that item. That's absolutely not true. If you hold a meeting without properly providing notice under Florida Sunshine, then it can be invalidated. So, Mr. Evans, it's my understanding you had someone to go and verify that there was not notice at the December 3rd meeting?
That is correct.
And what did they come up with when they went to the bulletin box outside?
In the bulletin box, there was not a notice or the agenda cover placed in the notice box.
Ms. Nguyen, is that a requirement of public notice, that it also be posted at the principal place of City Hall or whatever the organization or agency is?
Yes, it is.
And absent of that, what are the ramifications if we proceed with the meeting that's not properly published to the public?
Any action taken can be nullified.
Okay, thank you. Well, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, can I speak to this item?
Yes.
Thank you. So Councilwoman Lanier, I certainly want to support this item, but I do want to ask you about how did you arrive at this? Because December 16th, we had the discussion of the street naming policy, and we specifically said, and I know you weren't here, that we specifically stated that we were going to direct staff or the attorney to go back and work on language relative to the street naming policy. And I made a preference to say that the city of West Palm Beach, as well as the school district, are also doing creating a naming policy and naming rights for various buildings and other structures. And it seems like to me there was a rush to get this done 3 days later to do some sort of ceremonial naming, when exactly, if that was the case, I think it should have been an action of the body by way of resolution first before there was something ceremonial that was done. And I have some concerns because just as much as I think you said right and fair, and then one of the speakers said is fitting and proper, but these were silly dollars. And more specifically, when I went back, there were sector dollars from District 1 that was used to help build this facility. And I'm not saying anybody is not worthy of it, but let's create a process. And I specifically said that, and I know you were on remotely and you perhaps, didn't understand what I was saying, but it seems like I spoke about the very thing, and then a few days later, then all of a sudden, we've got the Brooks Center, and now we're being asked to approve this after the fact. And to the point of the speaker, which I have to agree with, but it's more or less the process, not even about the individuals. I mean, if we decide, well, at least if I decide to go and rename the municipal complex, which is in District 1, and I change it from the Bobby Brooks Municipal Complex, and I name it after President Joseph R. Biden, and then bring it back to the board members for approval, would that be just the same? Because that's exactly what happened in this situation. And I don't want us to get down the road where we keep deciding to do things and give after the fact approval. You put every one of the colleagues under the gun because perhaps, and just perhaps, in a situation where this comes up, maybe there's somebody else that may want to be proposed as have done something historic or something of historic value, and that they should be considered, as opposed to doing it and then bringing it to us after the fact. That really puts us in a bind politically, and it's more or less purely the process and never personal about the individual. Because essentially, we can start doing that over parks and renaming buildings throughout the city and then bring it back after the fact. That's all I have, and I will be supporting the item. And I would really ask the members to direct staff to create a policy specific to that, since that was brought up. And then certainly 2 days later, we've already gotten calls about this being done unauthorized, so.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair? I just wanted to speak to that issue. I just wanted to ask Mr. Evans, for the Bobby E. Brooks Center at City Hall, was there a resolution done for that building?
No, councilperson.
For Dan Calloway Tate Center, was there a resolution done for that center naming?
No, councilperson.
City Clerk's office did a search. All the buildings that are named in this city, there has not been an official council action for any of them.
That's not true.
That is true.
Madam Chair?
I have the floor, sir.
She has the floor.
Mr. Evans, can you speak to that, please?
Madam Chair, we did ask the city clerk's office to do a query to see if there had been any official legislative action that occurred as a result of some of the facilities naming. There had been no such policy or resolution. There had been conversation with regards to the Hatcher Room here at the banquet hall, but there was no specific resolution that memorialized the action that the board took.
Thank you. Are you finished? Mr. McCoy, you recognized. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at my notes and I echo the sentiments of Councilman McCoy. It's like he was reading from my paper, because I had an hour-and-a-half sit-down meeting with our former councilman, Cedric Thomas, in reference to this building, where he worked tirelessly to get this built. The name that they originally decided on was Concerned Mothers Community Center. So however the name got changed at that time and why it's the Brooks building is not a decision of this council, this board. I do hear the sentiments that City Manager Evans stated in reference to no board action, but I do believe the Bobby Brooks Government Center board action was taken for that one and a few other buildings. But needless to say, these items should definitely be brought before council and for a vote, because one council person shouldn't unilaterally be making these decisions on behalf of the city when their expenditure of city dollars is happening. I found out about the ceremony via a constituent that invited me to the ceremony, and I was taken aback, which I did show up for and not be acknowledged. I love the Southside Coalition. I love the Concerned Mothers community and what they've been doing for this community, but I'm concerned that my colleague brought this item forth without it being asked for a vote, and now is asking for us to take action. If legislative action does not need to be taken, why is this on the agenda? If this administrative action is something that has been done previously, and we can unilaterally name buildings without the discretion of the board, then it's a waste of time to be on this agenda now. So if we're going to make a decision, I would also echo the sentiments that under the item for the street naming, we add city buildings and facilities to be created. And if we're going to put a moratorium on anything, put a moratorium on just naming buildings, because I can name any facility in the community and use city dollars to do it. And that's not an acceptable way of processing or moving forward. So if we can add city building and facilities, be added to the item number 16, I want us to have a process in place immediately before moving forward with having this done again. And I salute our Southside Coalition and the Concerned Mothers, and I commend them and thank them for their service to this community. And we may even have a discussion about the naming of that building, because I want to get some more information as to why it was named and what it is named now, and possibly renaming the building. But we can have those discussions after we put a policy in place and not make these decisions without the discretion of the entire council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Mr. McCoy, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a resolution that authorized the Brooks Center, perhaps, I'm sorry, not the Bobby Brooks Municipal Complex, and there was certainly also a resolution that was, there was a vote taken by the body. It may not have been a resolution, but certainly inside of a meeting, former Councilwoman Tanya Davis Johnson introduced the idea to name it the Brooks, I'm sorry, the Annie Brooks Community Center? Richard Annie Brooks Community Center, and that actually took place inside of a city council meeting, and that was done ahead of even construction was final and the CO was issued, and that name was added, and it was there at the ribbon cutting. So I know specifically, and Councilwoman Miller Anderson certainly was on the board then, and I know for certain because District 1 dollars went to the building, went to assist in building that facility. So there was actual votes taken by the body. So whether or not the clerk can find it, I think it's not accurate, and it's very much misleading to say that it's never happened. Now, if you want to use the Hatcher Room, this facility is owned by the city, but the CRA manages it. That's separate and apart from the items that I'm saying. But being asked to approve something after the fact puts us in a political position that we have to take a vote in support of it, or otherwise, then we end up seeming like as if for some reason we don't support that, and that's so far from the truth. So I don't appreciate that, and I think it's a very much disrespectful and disingenuous to the people that's on the board, because if that's the case, Just like Councilman Lawson said, I should just take it off the agenda and then I rename the City Hall Municipal Complex. Since anybody can do it at any time, expend city funds, and then, then we just change the name. So legal, I'm sorry, Ms. Nguyen, well, obviously, there seems not to be a policy that addressed this, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, there's no policy.
Okay, so is the resolution even necessary if that's the case?
It doesn't prohibit it.
But the resolution would officially authorize it, correct?
Correct. If you all vote in favor of it, yes.
Okay. All right, I yield back, Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Mr.
Madam
Wilson.
Chair, thank you. So I guess just a follow-up question is, we're voting on this resolution. Mr. Evans, you made a statement at the beginning of your comments that we're passing this resolution for what purpose? Because the room is already named.
Couple of things. The resolution that is before you this evening is to effectively memorialize it in a specific document that is easy for the purposes of the official record. To the previous comment, based on the query and the research, when it is not memorialized in a resolution, it does make it challenging for us to be able to extract that information for the purposes of being able to have these types of discussions. Also, we intend to bring a policy as it relates to naming city facilities. We're in the draft format of that, and we are following what is happening in the city of West Palm and what their discussions they're having. So the policy is in draft format that can be shared with the board probably within the next 30 to 45 days.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and I'm only supporting this because I have to honor Southside Coalition, the concerned mothers. I have to give homage to them and these women of what they've done. But this was done completely wrong. And this is not acceptable to treat the colleagues or the members on this board in this fashion. But because these beautiful young women have been such a pillar in this community, I'm going to support this tonight. But moving forward, Mr. Evans, please, if we're going to be making legislative decisions, I don't want to see it after the fact and after a ceremony has been done for our community, because that's unfair to the rest of the colleagues who could have been there to attend and to give the flowers to the women that deserve them while they're due.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognize Commissioner Bill Anderson.
So as I think Mr. McCoy stated, I was on the council at the time in which the center was named. It was brought by Ms. Tanya Davis Johnson, and because that was her district at the time. And I do recall us voting on that. So I don't know, I don't know why something can't be found. I don't know if there was an actual resolution. It had to be something, because we did vote on it. And a lot of people made some accurate statements that should have reflected the Southside Coalition, because they were very instrumental in getting that building. And as Mr. Lawson stated about Mr. Cedric Thomas as well, and Bruce Guyton in District 1 provided some funds from his district, which is currently Mr. McCoy's district. The vote was taken to name it Brooks. It passed. Now, I certainly support Southside. I always have. The only issue I have is that, and this goes along with the street naming as well. It got to be a point where it was, we were just naming streets just to be naming streets. And, I'm glad we're finally getting to a point now where we're setting up a criteria and trying to create a policy so that we could be fair about it, because, you have people that complain and say that people are naming streets after their friends, or, naming streets after people who haven't done anything in the community. And, it makes people feel some sort of way, especially if they come and they may feel that they don't have the ear of the council to be able to get their name on the street. So it becomes an issue. And so I think the fairest way is to have a policy and criteria set where we're able to look at it in black and white and say whether or not, they should be considered. The naming of the Hatcher Room, again, if I'm not mistaken, we definitely had a conversation in a meeting. I thought we voted on it. That one I'm not so certain on, but it definitely was a conversation that was had with the board. And so when I did find out about this, because I didn't know either, I actually saw it on Facebook. I was a little surprised knowing that we were in the process of trying to come up with a policy for the street naming. And the whole point in doing that was so that we wouldn't be put in these types of positions of, having to tell somebody yes or no, we can't name something after them. And I wasn't expecting that to happen. Now, in looking back, yes, that should have been named after them, the entire building, because that probably was the plan, and that may have been a little bit before I got on the board, but they definitely were the ones that were doing a lot of the work in that area. And so I certainly support the naming of the rooms for them because they deserve it. But I do feel that we need to put a plan in place ASAP, and we should not do any more naming of streets, rooms, buildings, or anything else until we have a criteria set so that we do not have to be in a position to seem like we're playing favorites for anybody, for that matter, in naming anything. And so I certainly know the work that they do over there in the community and have been doing in the community. And for me, I just want to make sure that we're being fair with everyone. Back when the naming of the building happened, it may not have been a fair process that happened because it did not work out the way in which many thought it should have. And so we can't correct the wrong at this point. And then again, I guess you can if the board wants to overturn the name that's on there now. That is certainly something that we could do if the votes are there to do it. But I certainly am going to support this. But I just think that we definitely don't need to do anything else like this on anything until we get that policy in place. And hopefully we can kind of piggyback off of what we're doing for the street naming, and it won't be such a long process to get that in place. So I certainly support it, but I don't want to be put in this position again. And I heard you all say that we had not in the past. They may have. I don't know if this was something that was going on because a lot of those other names happened well before I got on the board. But unfortunately, our council over the years have been pretty loose about doing things like that. So that's something I hope that we can stop so that we can say, yes, they met the criteria and we don't have to try to defend why we did something. So I certainly support it, but in the future, we need to have a plan in place and a policy so that we don't randomly do things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything else? It has been moved and seconded that council approve the official naming of the meeting space located in the Brooks Community Center for the Southside Coalition of Riviera Beach Heights Multipurpose Room. If you are in favor, vote yes. Opposed, vote no. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes, that's approved by a 5-0 vote. Number 13.
A resolution number 0821, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a work order to Randolph Construction Group of Riviera Beach, Florida, to renovate the Riviera Beach Public Library and Youth Empowerment Center in the amount of $827,786, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 21010 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve?
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item before you this evening is to discuss the renovations of the facility that the city has just recently acquired to be able to house the Riviera Beach Public Library and the Youth Empowerment Center. To make the presentation, we have Library Services Director, Mr. Ronnie Freeman. Unfortunately, Ms. Grimsley was supposed to be part of the presentation, but she had something that came up, so we will be able to hopefully address some of the questions or comments that the board may have as it relates to the youth empowerment element. At this time, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you for having me here and inviting me to talk to you about the Riviera Beach Public Library. I'm excited to tell you what we're going to be doing in our next phase. Next slide, please.
Mr. Freeman, the control is up there by you.
Okay. Thank you. So I would like for you for a second, just what if our library was featured in a movie or a comic book? How would that make you feel? You feel proud, you feel excited, right? So that doesn't have to be imaginary. That doesn't have to be fiction. That can be real life. For a second, if you could just close your eyes and just think for a minute about, it's a Monday morning, you're waking up out of the bed, and you got to brush your teeth because, you know, it was a late night, and you turn on the TV and you hear breaking news. The Riviera Beach Public Library just won a 5-star award from the ALA Library Association. How would that make you feel? Excited, proud, entitled. That's my library. That's our vision for the Riviera Beach Public Library. We want every citizen, every person to feel like that's their library. Next slide, please. No, that's me. Collaboration equals strength. That's what we're doing with co-locating with the Youth Empowerment Program, right? So what are the benefits? Increased efficiencies, increased access to community services, increased utilization of library services. Having 2 programs that can piggyback off of one another for patronage, right? We will not have to replicate services, i.e. GED program. The library offers GED services, Youth Empowerment offers GED services. We're in the same location. Increased access to community services, right? So the library offers summer reading. Youth Empowerment Program, they provide summer lunch. So somebody could come in, sign up for summer reading, and get a lunch right then and there in the same building. Increased utilization of library services, program attendance, participation, circulation numbers are just by osmosis are going to increase. Our proposed impact: improved range of services, new and increased patronage, greater exposure to STEM and arts program, further exploration of careers in entrepreneurship, and additional support for citizen reentry. That's what we're proposing with this new location. So let me give you some examples. Giving the youth a hands-on experience. If they want to come in and they want to learn about hydroponics, they can do that there. But they can also do research. We also are providing space for community organizations to utilize, so we can invite more community organizations to use and do innovative programs. Patrons will not access or be patrons that we might have that are disengaged, that might have left and not thought about using the Riviera Beach Public Library, will come back to use the library because of this, because they see the increased services. Greater exposure to STEM and arts program. Having the hydroponics, having the virtual reality, we can show people, hey, this is how you can be able to create these type of programs. Further exploration of careers and entrepreneurship, integrating our business center into an entrepreneur center. And also providing information resources for those coming back home. That's what we are proposing with this new location. So, what are we doing right now? Well, there's 3 things that I want to point out that we're doing. Of course, you can see our our operations and our programs up there. But Wi-Fi hotspots, we have just received 10 Wi-Fi hotspots so we can loan to the community. So people who might have laptops or PCs, but they don't have the internet access, now are able to check them out from our 2 locations. We're operating out of the Brooks Center and the Lindsay Davis Center on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We're offering e-cards. People who need access to electronic materials, to our databases, they can go online and they're able to use those services with the e-card. Digitization and rebuilding of our archives. Everybody should know the history of Riviera Beach. And we have a number of items in our archives that we want to make sure that people have access to. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to digitize and be able to put it out on the internet so people can access that information. And like I said before, thank you. We want to make sure that we have a futuristic library, because one of the things that I know is comic books, and I know that Wakanda was not just built off of what they offered from Vibranium, but their library was their source. So that's what we want to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey.
I'm going to have him introduce every construction project from now on. So this is actually a construction project. My job is to give him a building to bring that dream to fruition. And so that you know, Dwight Randolph is in the audience, the contractor who was our successful bidder. If there are any questions about the construction elements, I'm here to answer any questions.
Did you say that we had public comment? Let's do public comment.
Mary Brown, Doretta Polk.
Miss Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. We do need to move on these projects here. Ms. Brown is a member of the library, Riviera Beach, as well as West Palm Beach and Palm Beach Gardens. And I know for a fact that that library that is over there now is molded. I refuse to go in there at this particular time. We need, if we have a location where we can move these employees out to benefit their health, let's stop being stagnated. We have wasted plenty of time. We wasted over $500,000 for a brand new library. Now you got a choice here. We need to start bringing our peoples into what we have. We need to take ownership of what we have and what we can do. I agree with the Wi-Fi, because within these households you have like from 4 to 5 kids, and everybody cannot get on one system. So that also is a very good idea. And also, we're in the 21st century here. We are going to be with this pandemic, this atmosphere with our health care throughout the years now. So the youth empowerment, even though it's kids, it needs to be formulated around addressing all of those critical elements within our health compartment. Because that building down there, it will be set up and situated to do all of that. So we are also looking for a name change, so it can address a lot of our articulates that we have in this city here to meet our 21st needs here. We are not in 1900 anymore. We are in the 21st century here. So we need to do those things there. And also I would like to say, as far as the coffee shop and the STEMS program, I made mention when you had that CRA meeting about the STEMS program. We need to move here. We need to further the things that we can make happen, because these things we can make happen. And I also would like to say, see, we know Fane Lozman. We've dealt with him for years. He does that to get a reaction, because for every action is a reaction. So Let him say what he wants to say. He has his 3 minutes because he's going to say it. If I get to talking over there, Troy's going to say, did you hear what she said? Yes, you heard what I said. Because see, when others does that, it opens up the gateway for others. So stop engaging in there. Stop bogging him down. Because see, this is how he baits you. Not just you, everybody that he can pull into his well.
Thank you, Ms.
So don't do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, a citizen of Riviera Beach. Concerning the library, I think this is a wonderful, and I hope that you all pass this. Referendum. This young man, Mr. Freeman, I think you'll be a very good asset to this city of Riviera Beach, bringing the library. He has fresh ideas, and I think our youth needs it. A lot of families do not even have Wi-Fi in their homes. Now, I think it'll be tremendously for these students to come possibly, if they can, get to the library and help with their homework. Mr. Grimsley is doing a marvelous job with our students, even with the tutoring and everything. And with that being combined inside each other, this makes for a very good project, very worthy for our children. And also, he said the reentry program, they can also go in and use the Wi-Fi, use the computers, you know, and the elderly, sometimes they can go in and use it because sometimes some elderly don't know it. We have at Lindsay Davis, they were teaching some of the elderly how to navigate the computers. And I think that this will be, you know, also in case any citizens need to come in, and they could have the help that they need, some of the seniors or some young adults. So I think this is a very worthy project, and I hope you do pass this tonight. I have to go off script for 1 minute. Mr. McCoy, the only thing I was saying to you is kindness. If you knew you weren't coming, you should. I wish you would have notified Mr. Evans and let him know, because 2 of the residents almost fell, and we're in COVID. I respect you,
Okay.
and I thank you. I just wanted to make that notification.
Thank you, but please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kindness.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognize.
Thank you. Ms. Pimsel and Mr. Bailey, great job on getting competitive quotes while making local participation a priority. This is what we've been talking about for our locals. And the fact that the first and second bidders were both locals, it shows that we're moving in the right direction. If we're going to be spending money and these amounts of money, we need to be keeping it here in our community. So thank you and congratulations to the winning bidder. The process that was created with the sheltered market, I wanted to see, when can we open it up for additional contractors to apply for this process? Because these last 2 projects, we've only had 2, 3, or 4 responsive bids out of the 12 people. If the individuals that are in the sheltered market are not going to be responsive or not placing these bids, do we have the ability of adding any additional contractors to assist them with these projects? Because once we fill up the coffer with Mr. Randolph, who's going to be busy working on this one, we want to make sure that we give opportunities for all the locals in the community. That's the first concern or question or thought. I know it's a 3-year contract that we have currently with that RFP that was put out for the sheltered market, but are we able, and possibly it's a question for Ms. Pimsel, to add any additional contractors at a later time and removing contractors? If Ms. Pimsel's.
Ms. Pimsley?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Councilman. Yes, I do think it's possible to add later. I didn't do that this time around because this is our first time. But if we see that we're not getting proper responses, we can always do a solicitation and add to the pool. I also wanted to let you know that we are going to put the bids in the future from the pool on Demand Star. This way, I'll have the analytics to see who's responding, who's not, and figure out why. Maybe they have too much work, so we don't want to drop them off if that's the case. But we will have a better idea of why they're not responding, and to ensure that everyone receives a copy of the new scope of work that's going out for any new projects in the future. And that's part of why the training is occurring this Friday as well.
And Ms. Pimso, I do want to also, again, congratulate and commend you for the work that you did in this market. This is why I've been so hard on you over the last 6 to 8 months in reference to local and minority participation. And this is exactly what I wanted to see. So thank you very much for your hard work in bringing a program to the city that's actually helping the locals to benefit from it.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Just,
Madam Chair.
I hear, you're not finished, are you?
No.
Mr. Lawson's not quite done yet. Just give him a second,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, the current site for YEP, what are our plans with it once we relocate YEP over to the new library?
Our intent is to make that a police substation.
Okay. I was hoping that we could visit expanded services for seniors and giving additional benefits and opportunities for our seniors, being that the Lindsay Davis is there. I guess we'll have discussions about that in the near future for what we want to do with that location. But I think that would be a prime facility for us to expand services for our seniors and giving them the space necessary. I know a substation is something that Chief Osgood has discussed with us, but maybe we can have more detailed discussion about that before making that call. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And Ms. Lanier and then Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I've had a couple of meetings with Mr. Freeman in regards to the new library. I am a library fan, buff. I've had a library card since I was 4 years old. Every city I visit, every city I've lived in, I seek out the library first. What is happening now in terms of libraries is that with the advent of Kindle, with the advent of e-books and being able to access stuff electronically, we're in the middle of a pandemic, the library is not what it used to be, meaning that you used to go when you were younger, go to the library with your library card, you check out your books, you bring them back, but that is not the sole function of a library anymore. They're having a conversation with Mr. Freeman in terms of thinking outside of the box, programs that include story time with kids with their incarcerated parent, meaning that when you have a story time, they can FaceTime with their parent who is in prison or in jail so that they can still get that FaceTime with their parent. Those are the kind of outside of the box type of activities that we want to see happening at the new library in terms of thinking outside of the box, in terms of making sure that the library is accessible to everyone and not just in the ways that we think it should be. So I'm very excited about this project. I'm very excited about the fact that we're digitizing a lot of our archives. There's a lot of information, a lot of history in the city of Riviera Beach that is part of that library, and being able to share that information with the public, knowing about the city of Riviera Beach's history, and also being able to make sure that all of our information that we have in that library is kept for posterity. So I really am excited about moving forward with the new futuristic library for the city of Riviera Beach.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Yes, I had a question for Ms. Pencil about the Demand Star. With it going on Demand Star, is it then going to be open to everyone to see it, or will it just be open for those who are in the pool?
It would only be open to those individuals in the pool.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure of how that would work. And I certainly support this item. You know, as a child growing up, I do recall being able to go to the library, but a lot of times it got to a point where I had to go outside to the county library because there just weren't items, you know, enough items that I needed when it was time for me to do research projects. And so for me, that has been an issue for a number of years. And so I think that we could, you know, we deserve better. And I look forward to being able to support this item so that we could have a library that our kids are happy to just hang around and to be there at all times of the day and night, if that's what we allow. And you know, I totally agree with the technology part of it, taking over. Times have changed. That was happening way before the pandemic. And so I think we need to certainly look at being more inclined to having a library that, you know, goes along with the changing of the times. And so with this, I do support that item. And I know with the YEP building, we definitely, I think Mr. Lawson brought it up about what's going to happen with that building. We certainly had a conversation. I don't think we put it in, we solidified what we were going to do with it, but it's definitely a discussion about the substation being over there in that area off of S Avenue and R Avenue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? It has been moved and seconded that council approve a work order to Randolph Construction Group to provide construction and renovation services for the renovation of Riviera Beach Public Library and Youth Empowerment Center located at 2129 North Congress Avenue. If you approve, vote yes. If you don't, vote no. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yeah.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes, that motion passes unanimously. We removed item 14, I believe, right? So on to item 15.
Resolution number 1021, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving and ratifying the collective bargaining agreement commencing upon ratification to September 30th, 2023, between the City of Riviera Beach and the Professional Firefighter Paramedics of Palm Beach County, Local 2928, IAFF, Inc., an organization representing the firefighters and paramedics of the City of Riviera Beach, to include a revised salary schedule, approving the city manager's execution, and authorizing the city clerk to execute the agreement and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Would someone care to make a motion?
So moved.
Oh, thank you. Someone second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item before you this evening is to seek approval of a collective bargaining agreement between Local 2928, IAFF, for the purposes of solidifying the employment agreement with our labor union. City staff was able to work in collaboration with legal counsel to get us to a point that addresses a lot of the concerns that were articulated by our firefighters, as well as providing for additional incentives for persons that would attain additional education. The cost for the contract over a 3-year period is projected to be $4.7 million. And at this time, staff recommends approval, and our Labor Council is here for any questions that the board may have related to the item.
Do we have any public comment cards, by the way?
Yes, Madam Chair, and members of the board.
Okay. But,
Loretta Paul.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk, and I do hope the diocese do approve this for our firefighters, paramedics. Medicine's changing every day. There's always new skills with ACLS. And when I heard that Chief Hurd said that his fire and paramedics were using a porta potty behind a makeshift car maintenance, that's just so awful. And I know Mr. Evans is doing his best to get another fire station up, but for them to be using a porta potty, they deserve better. And And increasing the salary when we have COVID-19, when we had to face HIV pandemic that came out, this was nothing, we were really worried about contracting it when starting IVs or something and accidentally sticking ourselves or whatever. And they're out there in the front wall with this. But now we have COVID-19. Some of these paramedics have to wait in their rigs to avoid even bringing patients because the emergency room is overflowed. So I hope that you all pass this. They are more than deserving what they're going through now with this COVID-19. They can take this disease home to their families. They can get it. A lot of paramedics, firefighters, nurses, and doctors have passed away with this, trying to serve. So please, please, they're more than deserving for this increase in salary. And I hope that you all have no problems passing this legislation for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pope.
And we thank you for all your service.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? It has been moved and seconded that council ratify the 2023 IAFF collective bargaining agreement. If you agree, vote yes. If not, vote no. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson? Chair Botel?
Yes, that's approved unanimously, 4-0. Item number 16.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I wanted to find out what the board would be interested in doing, since I think it was at least 4 of us that had some concerns about going back for a policy relative to buildings and rooms, and bring this item relative to streets back at that time. But we've already decided, at least we didn't decide, so let me not use that word. It was already mentioned by at least 3 members regarding a policy. So I just think, you know, we can probably take this and table it, well, not table it, temporarily postpone it. And then when that policy comes back, because I think it was pretty uniform that we decided that we wanted to adopt a policy, and especially because of the late hour, it'd probably be ideal to take this along with whatever policy, whenever legal can put us something together back at that time.
Thank you. And Mr. Evans, I don't think there's any urgency with regard to this matter. Do you?
It's the pleasure of the board.
I would,
No, you can, that's fine.
I would be amenable to putting it off until the next opportune moment.
We'll move to postpone, Madam.
Thank you.
I'll second that, and to postpone it until we have the policy for the building as well as the streets.
Madam Clerk, there's a motion to postpone this item until we have a policy that includes the streets and buildings.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we like just kind of make sure this includes everything? I mean, because it may come a point where somebody wants to name a podium. I mean, just everything needs to be included so that we don't have to continue to wonder if, should we be voting on it? So any naming rights of anything that has to do with the city.
Right, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson? Chair Botel?
Yes. It's postponed by a vote of 4-0. Discussion and deliberation, number 17.
Discussion on the Alpha Educational Foundation lease authorized by resolution number 2118. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Good evening. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, this item has been requested by 2 of your colleagues with regards to the particular arrangement that is in place concerning the Alpha Education Foundation lease agreement that is memorialized in Resolution 2118. At this time, staff is prepared to answer any questions, and representatives from the foundation are present to answer any questions the board may have. Ms. McBride?
Madam Chair, Mayor, and council members, we have with us tonight Mr. George Lockhart, who's president of Alpha, and Mr. Maurice Bell, the former president. The matter is before you tonight because Councilwoman Lanier and Councilman McCoy made requests of staff after receiving, it appears, complaints from the public regarding the lease agreement. And as a result of that, both parties asked that the matter be brought for discussion before the council on us of getting this information. And Ms. Lanier also requested that Alphas be present to answer a series of questions. They were provided with the exact information that you were provided with for your agenda, which includes the lease that was approved by the council in March 2018, as well as attachment 2 with the questions that were raised and the response from these different city units and the person responding regarding those questions. And the questions range from whether or not there was a license needed, had the property been inspected, whether the rent was current, whether they had proof of liability insurance, which named the city as an additional insurer, as well as the other insurers required under the lease, and whether or not any subleases have been presented and approved by the city. And also, how could the lease be terminated? Okay, and when does the lease end?
So, Madam Chair, can I go first?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't even realize this two-page questions and answers.
Attachment 2?
I'm looking at it now, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So,
all right.
The first question I asked, an accounting of the rental payment history in the tenant ledger, if available, to show whether they are timely making monthly payments, i.e. the Alpha's ledger and/or history of their payments, to determine if the monthly payments are current and are being paid timely. And the response to that is, no rental payments have been made by the tenant. Please see Composite Exhibit 1. Where's that? That's not in what I see as backup.
It wasn't in your attachment? Well, those were invoices from finance, and if they're not in your attachment, I will make sure everyone gets one tomorrow. Okay.
Well, I guess, should it have been uploaded to the backup document?
Yes, it should have, right.
Because I see that's on a two-pager.
Yes.
And then the other attached item is the lease, and then the first one is what appears to be a memo.
That would be the cover memo.
Oh, it said
Okay.
exhibit. I didn't.
All right. Well, under the lease, the rent was $100 a month.
Correct.
So the past, Mr.,
But
instead of me repeating it, I have Mr. Sherman here.
it is $100 a month. But again, I guess the composite that's being referenced is not anywhere in the backup. Am I the only one?
I'm sorry if it's not there, because I meant for it to be there.
Okay. Well,
All right.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I specifically asked these questions because I shared with Mr. Evans, and I apologize, Mr. Evans. I called him one day when he was, I think he was maybe on vacation or something. But I'm literally seeing some of the organizations that use the services over at the Alpha Education Foundation, and I don't know if this was shared with law enforcement, but they're standing in the middle of the median on Blue Heron and Obama Highway almost routinely, and they're fundraising, which I certainly would appreciate that they have this burning desire to get out and pound the pavement. But that is the most dangerous thing that I could ever think of. I know I had a conversation with one of the attendees one of the gentlemen that runs Sounds of Success, and he was telling me all these great things that they were doing and traveling here and there. But I really had a problem with understanding why do we have to put these individuals out there in the middle of the, well, we don't put them out there, let me clarify that. Why are they out there in such a dangerous situation? And then now that COVID is starting, they're literally walking between traffic with masks on, and they're approaching vehicles, the most dangerous thing, and we obviously got a sign that says, caution, trains may exceed 80 miles per hour. That's just the train that's gonna be coming through potentially, and then much less we got cars that's traveling 40 miles an hour. And many of these kids are, I mean, probably from age 6 on upwards. And that literally led me to understand, like, what exactly is going on with their presence at the Alpha Education Foundation, and only to find out that these sublease agreements have not been approved, nor has there been any kind of liability insurance that's been provided to the city for clearance. It said the city is in receipt. Then there was some other insurance that was required for the tenants, and none of that has been provided, and that is a material factor. I think that is a material component in the sublease agreement, and none of this stuff has been approved by the city council. So I certainly want to find out, why is it that this is not happening, and how do we remedy this? Or if this is the case, then how do we find ourselves for moving away from this? Because this was very clear, and I even went back to the meeting when this item was first brought to memorialize this into contract. And one of the members of the city council said, it's not like they're gonna be making money off of these individuals, but absent of a sublease agreement, I think that's exactly what they're doing, making money off of these individuals, and I certainly don't want kids standing in the middle of an intersection trying to pay rent at somewhere that's not even authorized by the city council that the agreement is very much stated, because the liability then falls back, potentially, someone can then try to see or try to go after the city, and I'm not okay with that. Not to mention, if they're not paying their rent, it's $100, but you have these organizations that's over there, and they're coming to ask us for community benefits. And one of the gentlemen told me he paid an enormous amount of money. I don't even recall what it was, but I was just so disgusted. I don't even think that I'm even okay with this even continuing to exist in this fashion. So unless somebody's gonna give me a complete accounting of what's been paid and whether it was timely, it'd be my position that we terminate this for material breach of the contract. And I'll yield to the other members for their participatory comments.
Mr. McCoy, could I give one update? And I would like for Mr. Sherman to come up here because he has the finances come there. He did make a demand for payment of rent, and I think on Friday he received a payment, but I don't want to, this was after the agenda was published and the item was sent out.
Yes, good evening, Randy Sherman, Finance Director.
Could we have some quiet? It's hard to concentrate if we hear. Could we have some?
Sergeant at Arms.
Excuse me, could we please have order? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sherman.
Yes, on Thursday, I think it was, we actually received a $3,400 check for the rent. It did not include the late fees at that time. The other invoices that we have outstanding are the SWA fees that get charged for the property. We have talked about that. We're working through resolutions on those items. So, you know, we are moving forward as far as the financial and getting caught up on those payments.
Follow up. What period does the $3,400 cover? Because if you're talking about $100 a month, that seems that represents over almost 3 years. That's it's shy of 3 years.
Yeah,
So,
yep, since 2018, and when the lease went into effect, I believe it was March of 2018.
Okay.
So it's the 34 months to get caught up.
So we haven't got one single payment?
Correct. Now,
my.
what we've
Oh,
been
my.
told is that there were payments, but we never received them, and they're, you know, trying to figure out where they were sending them, but yeah, we've gotten caught up on the rent, again, not the late fees.
Okay, I yield.
Madam Chair?
You're recognized, Commissioner.
The questions that I raised were because looking at the lease and looking at, I remember when this came to the council back in 17, 18, there was not a whole lot of language in terms of holding the Alphas to performing outcome measures. None of that was done. That was fine. I did not know that many of these issues was going on. The reason it was brought to my attention, I was getting phone calls from the people who were in that building. They were constantly calling me. One young lady called me and said that she was trying to get a DCF license for the building. DCF would not give her the license because you guys didn't have a license. So there was no way they can license her after-school program. She was crushed. I get another call from someone who says that they don't even have any water in their pod. I mean, it was constant calls from people who were at this facility. And that's how it was brought to my attention. So I started asking the city, well, what's happening with this program? Who is the leaseholder? Should they have a license? Because that's what Department of Health was saying, and that's what the state of Florida was saying, that you guys had to have a license, a business license, to be able to operate as a quote-unquote landlord, to be able to have these subtenants, because if you were not licensed, they could not license them in this spot. So with that being said, I started to ask questions about what was happening there. There was, the issues of, the rent not being paid for 3 years. The issue of sometimes the the tenants not having water. The issue that the tenant leases or subleases should have came to the city to be approved and looked at. Maybe these things can be corrected. I'm hoping so. It's just that it almost as if in a span of 2 weeks, we were getting calls every day about this place. So I brought this because we wanted to, a part of the original agreement with you guys was that you were gonna come every quarter and you were gonna present to us what was happening there, what was some of the programming, how it was operating, and that's what you promised you would do, but we had not heard from you guys since 18. So because I would have never known any of this, but because of the calls we were getting constantly about this location, we had to do something. So that is the reason why you're before us tonight, because we wanted to have some answers about, and you can see the attachment to all of these questions are laid out. And if you can provide some light and tell us something about what's happening and what's going on at this location so that we can have our constituents, because some of them live in the city of Riviera Beach, the place is in the city of Riviera Beach, we own the building, so we want to be able to address some of these issues, but we need to hear from you guys to just let us know what's happening in a nutshell.
Thank you for the opportunity. Much of this appears to be communication. If you all have visited the campus itself and come there anytime, we definitely have invited many members. Some of you all have been there quite often. You can see for yourself what's going on. Yes, we do have running water and lights and things of that nature. If we have air conditioning. So that has not been an issue there. As far as students going off and panhandling for money, we don't condone that. Just like any high school with the football players going off and doing something else away from the school. That's not part of, we don't allow for that to happen.
To stop you right there, but if you can address these issues that are on this paper, there were questions that we wanted to ask you. There were concerns from both council people up here, and if you can go one by one and tell us what is happening with this.
So,
first question was, can the Apples operate as a landlord without proper licenses? No, you must have a BTR application. They said that you applied for one, but it's pending because there's documentation that needs to be submitted for review. What's the status of that?
right, so I'm not at liberty to give the answers like that because the questions that was given to us, I'm asking that we have more time to really get that information to you.
Okay.
So I can give you coherent and intelligent answers, and we would definitely be able to do that. That's not a problem.
Okay.
On the accounting.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, now tell us why there was no rent paid for 3 years.
So we sent in payments, and you heard him say that we don't know where those checks went to. We're trying to find that now. Once we found out that we were in arrears, we immediately sent a check And it is not the, as I understand, the billing and the payment is not that we do not want to pay. That's why we send the money right away. Listen, you all are behind, you need to make this payment. Wow, okay, so we went in and did that right away. The interest has built on that. Well, that's a question, because when we're billing, we like to know what we're being billed for, and that we're not receiving the check. Why not? We're doing a search and a data mining on that right now. Fine, that's why I'm asking for some time to delay to give these answers in some type of manner that's digestible.
I mean, with all these questions here, how much time do you need to, because the biggest thing here I see on here is the proof of liability insurance. If you don't have insurance on that building and the city is not listed as an additional insured, we're liable for anything that happens over there. So there's about 10 issues on here, but the biggest one is that.
Yeah, so we have insurance. The city is not listed on there.
There has to be a situation where you have provided to the city insurance because somebody can fall down tomorrow over there and we will be responsible for that.
So we
So
haven't.
that certainly is something that needs to happen like 24-hour type deal.
Councilwoman Lanier, may
Yes,
I?
ma'am.
They have insurance on the property. Their insurance fails to name us as an additional insured, and that is the part they need to take care of.
Right, and we made that communication, so that's just, inserting that into our document, into our writer. And so we're aware, that's why I'm saying that, and give us ample time, we can answer all of these questions coherently. And quite tangibly, then there won't be any issues with it. But all of them definitely we can address. There's nothing in there that we cannot address.
And we certainly want to do that, sir, but these are some serious issues.
Right, and that's why I'm saying we can address them. We just need ample time for
These are
that.
some very serious issues, and
Because if I may.
yes, sir.
Many of those are grossly incorrect. Like saying we didn't have insurance or we do not have water. Well, it sounds, very alarming. But when I say we do have water, then that goes away. When I say we do have insurance, then all of a sudden it pales in comparison to the way it was presented. So I said, if we can, give us, 30 days to come and get with you, we can show you what we're doing. Also, again, if at any time, we encourage that you come in and see what's going on the campus. Don't go off a phone call or what someone says to you. Your eyes hear more than what your ears tell you. So I think that if you could do that sort of thing, we're doing a lot of positive things with our young black men there, with our MOT program, graduating 100% of them.
I don't doubt the programming is excellent.
Right,
It's
so
just that
we're
the issues are
doing that.
outstanding and they need to be addressed.
Right.
So the board has to come to a decision in terms of how they're going to deal with this. Because as I said before, these are some very serious issues in terms of licenses, in terms of insurance, in terms of, waiting for inspections. And if you say that you can address these issues, then that's fine, but we need as a board to decide how we need to move forward, because what happens in the course of a day when you start getting calls like this, sir, they do not stop. People call constantly about an issue. Because we sit here, they want us to address them. So at the pleasure of the board, we just need to discuss how we're gonna move forward with this. And give some other member an opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lockhart, is there any reason why the subtenants or sublease agreement was not presented to the city as required by your agreement?
So I can't answer that at this point without doing, again, some data mining. And if you give us some time, I can definitely.
Speaking to the mic, I'm sorry.
So I can't answer that right now. Just give us a little time to check it, and I can give you that answer, again, in a manner to where it is tangible. Because that's pretty much a low order question that we need to look into and to give you the answer that you're desiring.
Okay, follow up.
Go ahead.
So, the possible tenants that we have here is Florida Fishing Academy, Nelson's Ministry, Suits for Seniors, Sounds for Success, Active Kindness, Julie Johnson, Giles Baker, Aftercare, Tutorial, Enrichment, and Art. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5 or 6. Do you know how much Florida Fishing Academy pays for monthly rent?
Again, all of that information that we can get to you, you know, in a timely manner.
Do you know the price that any of them pay per rent?
Not off the top of my head, no,
Well,
sir.
it's gonna be my position that this started March 21st, 2018, and I sat there and I watched the whole discussion on this. And then Councilwoman Lynn Hubbard said, it's not like they're using it to make money. And I'm gonna tell you the truth, that's exactly what it seems like, because if you're charging these nonprofit organizations $600, $700, $800 to use a space there, and you don't even pay us our $100, I'm not gonna sit here and think otherwise, other than the fact that you're collecting money from nonprofits that I'm actually seeing out here trying to serve the community, and you are not making good on yours. Like, there is no reason why a sublease agreement for us to know that who's on our property, I might add, was given to us by Palm Beach County School District with a reverter clause that it be maintained for public purpose. And to sit here and hear that you can't even give an account to how much rent if you collected from these people, and you haven't even given us the $100, which should have been a pilot program. And I remember when I look back, Chairwoman Botel, you specifically did support this item, and this was your first meeting on to the city council, and you said some very important things about there's no measurables. Can we do 1 year and then come back? And their argument was, that's just too short for us to sit up here and be able to say, it takes us 1 year to go in and do an assessment. But I think it's pure bad faith not to give us one agreement, not to be able to substantiate that you got 34 months that you've been occupying this property and not provided one receipt, no sublease agreement, nor insurance for the vehicles are there. Like, this really smells and reeks of a pure risk management problem for the city of Riviera Beach. And before we leave here, you can go back and get whatever you want. But it'd be my recommendation that our attorney put you on notice that you are in you have materially breached your lease agreement, and we terminate it. And since we're right at a point of approaching March 21st, that you guys get just about that much time to vacate the property, because it's not gonna work. And I don't appreciate hearing from some of these people and hearing the amount of rent that they're paying, and you don't even think it's important to make good on your end of the agreement. You can go get whatever you want, but that, Madam Chair, when the opportunity presents itself, I reserve my opportunity to put a motion on the floor to that effect.
Anyone else have a comment?
I'd like to comment. Yeah, sure. So again, we did send in checks for that, and we're trying to find out what's going on with that as soon as we can, and then we can give you more of a tangible answer on that. But just to say that we didn't pay the checks or pay the monies because you don't see that or because someone told you that, I can understand how you feel about that. So it's just a matter of, I guess, when we produce that information, just like someone said we don't have water, then we say we do have water, then all of those issues go away.
How much time do you think it would take for you how much time do you need to answer some of these questions?
Like 30 days to get all the information, and again, to come back and to make sure that we can present it in a holistic manner.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Mr. McCoy.
I want to let the other members go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that, and anybody who watches these meetings, it is not often that I agree with Mr. McCoy on issues, but this is not good. This, not paying rent for $100 for 3 years, that's not good. But I don't know why. I mean, you really can't offer a reason why. First of all, you need to provide something in writing to all of these questions. That's the first thing. Second of all, I would, if he's gonna vote to terminate, I'm hard pressed, but I will consider 30 days to respond to the city's demands. But this is unacceptable. That is my position. This has to be addressed within 30 days in writing to the city, and all those issues addressed, every last one of them. Because the way that this stands, this is not a good look for you or for us.
Mr. McCoy.
Madam Chair.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. Attorney Nguyen. termination clause,
It's not.
evidence, evidence of defaults, number 19, section A. We have to issue a 30-day notice that there's been a default or failure, or how is it outlined in this lease?
Councilperson Lawson, it depends on the reason for it. So for instance, if you turn to 19B, failure to pay rent, we can give them, after 15 days' notice, we can give them written notice that we intend to terminate. So it just depends. There are different provisions for termination throughout the lease agreement.
And does this require that we go through an eviction process in the event that we did decide to terminate this lease?
If they
Because
don't
they're-
vacate voluntarily.
If they don't what?
If they don't vacate voluntarily, yes,
But their lease term is through 2023.
right? But failure to pay rent
The breach.
is an
But
event of,
from what I heard, they did just pay rent, and we collected, we accepted it.
they have not paid the late fees. And then I believe there are other, according to the chart that Ms. McBride provided, there are other outstanding fees. I think solid waste assessments, right? And then, again, all the other things that you all have spoken about regarding sublease agreements, insurance. Some of those things we would have to give a certain amount of time for them to cure, and other things, not so much.
Okay. So in addition to the issue, Brother President, the concerns that were addressed, how long ago did you receive this notice of questions and concerns from the?
2 weeks
council?
ago.
2 weeks ago? And normally these would be addressed during chapter meetings? Or how do you normally address the concerns within your
In
organization?
the foundation meeting, yes,
Foundation meetings? And how often do you meet?
once a month.
Once a month? Okay. So I would be inclined, being that they've received these notifications and understand the operations of the foundation, that they normally meet once a month. So to address these concerns and allegations and issues, and working with staff over the next at least 30 days to update staff with our concerns and the issues that have been addressed. In addition, the most pressing issue is getting the city documented as a additional insured immediately. That needs to happen within 24 hours, and the other issue is we can move forward and have staff address, and then have this brought back before us to make a decision. I'd be inclined, because I do agree that there may have been either miscommunication or a lack of communication and follow-through, but with this DIAS, our goal is to make sure that we have measurables, we have checks and balances, and as our chair stated when in her first meeting, we want to make sure that we have the proper process in place for everything. For whatever reason, this fell behind the crack, or fell through the cracks. So I want to make sure that this is addressed properly and accordingly, and make sure staff can give you an ample opportunity to meet with your foundation, address these concerns, and then come back to us so that we can make a pass decision. And I would ask my colleague to possibly not pass this motion, to giving them an opportunity to meet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
I just wanted to
We
say.
haven't heard, I'm sorry, we haven't heard
Oh,
from
okay.
Commissioner Miller, Councilwoman Miller Anderson. You're recognized.
Thank you. It seems like quite a few items are coming on here, and I seem to be the only one that's been around for a while to have been a part. I've listened to everything everyone has said. Now, I definitely agree, whatever issues are in place, all of that needs to be taken care of. When this first came up, I had concerns because I didn't feel, again, similar to the naming of the streets, the naming of the buildings, there was no process in place. But I knew of the good that was planned for this building. I was not on board totally at the very beginning of it, almost all the way through. Now, what it sounds like has happened because of us having the turnover in administration, with city managers, a number of things going on, turnover of the boards. A lot of things have occurred since that time when we initially brought them on. And it sounds like, as Mr. Lawson said, it fell through the cracks. But we do have quite a few nonprofits over there, and we all know that a lot of them are really working in the community. I would be hard pressed to, put everyone out at this point, not allowing them an opportunity to try to be able to, if they're going to leave, to have an opportunity to find somewhere else to go. I think it would be fair to, one, have that additional insured added on. That doesn't take long to do. That's a matter of calling your insurance company and having them do that. So that needs to happen. Giving them the 30 days to get this information to us, I think will be fair. Everyone has ample amount of time. If those tenants who are in there want to move out and go somewhere else, they have an opportunity to do that. It gives the alphas an opportunity to get everything they need to get in order so that they're able to stay there. But I do think we probably need to, the council needs to take a look at the whole thing and have more of a dialogue with them so that everybody's on the same page. This is probably the first time this has come before the board since that vote happened. I don't recall having any other conversations about it. So it fell through the crack and no one realized it. And so it's something we know now and we need to make sure that we fix it. But I'm not in favor of just kicking everybody out right now, but it does, whatever the issues are, they do need to be addressed. And this was, I just got a call about it maybe 3 or 4 days ago. And so it was a little new to me, even though it is in my district and I know they're there and I know that a lot of the nonprofits are over there operating, but we certainly want to make sure whoever the contract person who's overseeing these contracts, that they are indeed overseeing them. And if we have people that are supposed to be making payments, we got to do a better job of keeping track of it. My question for Mr. Larkart, though, if you all were making payments, were the checks being cashed at the bank?
No.
Or were they still outstanding?
In discovery, that's part of my saying, if we would give us the 30 days, we need to trace those checks and find out what's going on because they were not returned back to us. So did they go into a deep hole or what's going on with that piece? To say that we were not making the payments, that's pretty much a pretty broad statement. And we're not trying to do anything with any duplicity or nefarious, not at all. The work, as Council Person Lanier said, is there. There's no doubt about it that we're doing quite a bit for the community and with our black young men. I think everyone knows that. So we need to find out what's going on. And when we got this 2 weeks ago, we've been putting a sledgehammer to the quarry to try and put this all together. Tonight, it's just that we just not completed that circle to give that information to you at this point. So once we can finish that, I think we wholeheartedly, we can give the information to you that you can really take a look at and put the laser-like optics on the measurable devices that we have set in place.
Okay, so the additional insured part, we know can be done fairly quick. And did we say, Ms. Wynn or Mr. Sermons, are there no life safety issues with the building, are there?
We
Mr.
have here
Sermons?
Mr. Michael
I'm sorry.
Grimm, the building official.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Michael Grimm. I'm the building official, Riviera Beach. I had my assistant building official had inspected this property when they originally came in for their business tax receipt, and he had passed the main building. He didn't inspect the whole rest of the property. Recently, I did a cursory inspection of the property. The good news is that the main building and about 80% of the grounds are in relatively good shape. The main building does have a few minor issues. Mainly the roof drainage is the downspouts, a couple of them are missing, and there's a lot of erosion from them being too close to the building and eroding, undermining the support pads. There's a few electrical junction boxes and disconnects on the exterior that have missing covers. But the bad news is the areas, the grounds, and the individual portables are in rough shape. There's rotted siding, there's electrical issues, there are some plumbing issues. There's cut up tree trunks that are piled there. There's an unsightly outside storage, boat motors being worked on, boat parts. There's tripping hazards from items that have been removed and bolts being left there. There's a lot of the ramps and stairways to these portables are being supported by warped and rotted wood. They really should be leveled and supported properly. So I didn't even get into those, and I do recommend that I get an opportunity to thoroughly inspect every one of those portables inside and out, particularly where they're being rented by other organizations and before any others move into those.
Thank you.
Are those currently being utilized by some of the organizations where
Yes.
you need to cut it off, where they're not able to go in there?
I'm not sure which ones are actually occupied, and I did not get into those, and it could be that case, but they definitely need to be inspected and a lot of repairs made.
I spend a lot of time over there, a lot of time. I visit with Nelson's Outreach Ministries. I visit with Florida Fishing Academy on a regular basis. I stop in to see how the Sounds of Success is doing. Those portables are occupied, and they're in very rough shape. And I want to say, you know, I did vote against this initially.
Madam Chair, I wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll make my remarks in a minute. Go ahead.
I'm wrapping up, though. So my question is, with the fact that they are being occupied, is it safe for them to continue to occupy it if we decide to give them the courtesy 30 days? Or are we saying that they need to not go in there?
Madam Chair, if I may, with regards to staff, we can gain access of those facilities, and if the building official deems that there is a life safety and health and welfare concern, then we will take immediate steps to make sure that persons are notified appropriately to vacate said facilities, so we can make sure that that occurs first thing in the morning.
Okay. All right. So with that, I would certainly be open to giving the 30 days so that they have an opportunity to correct any of these issues. And then obviously, if this is something that the board is not wanting to continue to stay in, then that's a conversation that we can have. But the first thing is to get the additional shared on the insurance and then give them the 30 days to correct those other items. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot good going on over there. There's a lot of, many of those nonprofits would have probably no other place to be. So to terminate this lease abruptly, from my point of view, would be a disservice to the community. However, I'm very, very worried about the condition of those buildings and about the liability that the city could face if something happens over there. So we need to remedy the situation with the insurance. And I did not know until fairly recently that the amount of rent that some of those folks are paying. And I'm wondering, one of the questions I'd like to add to this list that you've already received is, what's happened with the money and how much of that rent money has gone back into improving the property? Because, as I say, if those outbuildings, that's where they're paying rent for. Teresa Nelson's out there, one of those, and Sounds of Success and so on. They're paying rent. What are they getting for it besides just a space to serve their, is it on there? Yeah, okay. So that's my concern, and I would hate to see it. I love the Judge Rogers Center. I think, as I say, so much good goes on there, but not at the expense and concern of people's safety. And also, they are nonprofits. They shouldn't be paying exorbitant rents. So I hope that within the next 30 days you could come to us with some answers. We'll put this on an upcoming agenda, I'm sure, Mr. Evans. Anything else from Mike?
No. Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Lanier and then Mr. McCoy.
And I wanted to say that not just addressed, but these have to be done. They have to be completed in 30 days. Because what we need to do at this point is that we need to start looking for another person for that building, because if these cannot be completed in 30 days, then that means we're in the business with the wrong people. These are grave issues with this property. And one of the questions, as you said before, was the issue of the money that you've been receiving from these nonprofits over the last 3 years, and the property is falling apart. A part of your deal was that you would use some of that funding to improve the physical improvements of the property. So all of those things need to be addressed. How are you going to do it? How long it's gonna take you to do it? Because the purpose of giving you a building for $100 a month and you making money off of that building is for you to maintain that property. And if people are paying $600, $700, $800 a month for rent, you very well have the money to do that. So, you know, I really wanted to vote to terminate the contract tonight. But we will give an opportunity, I know I will give an opportunity for you to come back in 30 days with these issues totally addressed and taken care of. Not addressed, taken care of.
Mr. McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After I spoke first, I did think about those folks that's there, and I don't want to just close the door on them. But, you know, I understand 30 days, but I have another alternative, because if we're looking at this, let me back up a second. So, Councilman Lawson, you're very much incorrect to say that there's a miscommunication. There is no reason that we got a 26-page lease agreement and you tell the body that there's a miscommunication. That's exactly why we committed this to writing. And I went back and I spent about 30 minutes looking at it, and then I played it back again. And Councilwoman Tanya Davis Johnson, then the chair, says, is there any way for us to get out of this lease? She asked the attorney, who was Mr. DeGraffenreich at the time, and she said, well, where did we get the lease? And Mr. Graffenreich pointed over to the Alphas, and they said, well, we created the lease.
I remember that.
And I'm saying to myself, they created the very terms, presented to us, and they're not following it. I don't agree. And if the building official is still here, here's what I'm going to say. If we look further, and Ms. Wynn, and members, I certainly respect everybody's comments, but we shouldn't make this solely about insurance, because there are a number of other things that's very much inconsistent and not being followed in this agreement. The other thing that I noticed is that the subtenants are required to carry liability insurance too, renter's insurance, workers' comp, and automobile insurance. So none of that is being fulfilled, because those sublease agreements should have been approved by us. So if we know right now in good faith, and I don't know if our risk person is here, but we can't send nobody back onto that property if they don't have, even the subtenants don't even have the adequate coverage to be able to even to go there in the event of theft, to go there in the event of one of their participants may have some sort of accident or something. We can't, in good faith, allow these people to go back onto that property if the subtenants don't even provide us proof of liability insurance, and that is a requirement under the exhibit. And I just don't think that we need to piecemeal it by saying, bring us this back. There needs to be a comprehensive review by our staff, by our attorney, to say exactly the items that are deficient, that aren't being followed, because I don't want them to go back and give us one item, and then there's several other items that we overlook. There is on page 20 of this lease agreement that requires, upon execution of the master lease agreement, the tenant intends to undertake certain maintenance, repairs, renovations, and modifications to the property that do not constitute the legal definition of an improvement to the property. In this agreement, improvements means a permanent addition to or a betterment of real property that enhances its capital value and is intended to make the property more valuable as distinguished from ordinary repairs, which include but not limited to assets caused by day-to-day and general wear and tear or decay, which are required to maintain the property's functionality and appearance, and not intended to increase the value of capital assets, but merely preserve said values such as painting, landscape, fixing leaks, repairing and replacing flooring, replacing broken windows, etc. All alterations not defined in herein as an improvement will not require pre-approval of the landlord. It also goes further to speak to cutting down of overgrown trees, gardens, painting, upkeep of all flooring, interior and exterior cleaning and trash removal, repair and upgrade of fencing and all security-related features located on the interior and exterior of the property. So I don't see how we can know that these aren't being adhered to and then tell those subtenants that they can go back in there tomorrow. I would hope that the very first thing we do is suspend any kind of subtenant activity until they can give us proof of coverage, because that means the tenants and the subtenants, well, the subtenants in this case, those 6 organizations are potentially in there without any kind of rentals insurance or liability, which creates another problem. So that's separate and apart from the liability insurance for the Alpha Foundation. And there's no way that I'm going to sit here and support bringing back 30 days. Those are immediate issues and constitute a material breach that puts the entire city at risk. And again, this property was given to us on a reverter clause by Palm Beach County School District. And if you look at the actual deed, the deed does speak specifically to that it has to be for a public purpose. And at this rate, we can't even establish that because they've been paying their rent to the city that this serves a public purpose other than them collecting rent monies, and I haven't seen any improvements. But I don't support us doing 30 days. Nobody should be on that property without us having proof of every occupant's liability insurance. And I guess we don't have a risk person, but that's my concerns. And, 30 days is fine to correct the other issues, but we can't allow that risk to go on unaddressed. Mr. Evans is trying to get your attention.
Madam Chair, our risk manager is present. Mr. Shields, if you can come up and address the board's inquiries.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see him back. And Madam Chair, Mr. Evans or Ms. Nguyen, has he been aware of the lease and the requirements of it? Has he been brought up to attention on the requirements of the lease and the insurance?
I'm not 100% sure. I would have to defer to, I know Ms. McBride has been working on this particular matter. But I'm not sure if there had been any conversations with Mr. Shields concerning the provisions in the lease agreement and the items that were discussed this evening. But I think based on the context and what he's been able to hear, he can probably give you a good perspective with regards to a risk and liability associated with those agreements.
Of course, they don't have the proper insurances, and by contract, they're required to have those insurances. And it's pretty much up to your decision whether or not you want to accept the risk, the liability for this. Legal would have to answer by contract that would they be held to the responsibility of having insurance if something happened on the property and they didn't have the proper insurance. It's listing us as additional insured when they were supposed to.
All right.
Madam Chair, I'm also speaking in terms of the additional insurance requirements of the subleasees and the subtenants. There's the automobile requirement, there's general liability, and then there's renters.
Exactly. We just don't know if they have it. They may very well have insurances, but they may not have listed us as additional insured. And, of course, listing us as additional insured, if there's some litigation, they will pay for the cost of litigation and the claims.
And because they haven't listed us as an additional insured or a certificate holder, we don't have a way of finding it out unless they furnish the insurance certificate to us.
Exactly.
If they have it.
And again, I just can see that this could potentially be a problem. And I don't think 30 days is gonna be good for me when we know we got subtenants over there that's not doing the very thing that we set for, well, that they proffered to us as an agreement. So
The only other issue that we possibly have, though, is because we don't know if they have sublease agreements, we don't know what they say.
but they haven't been approved by us to ensure
They haven't
that
been
we,
approved by us, but there's still steps that they would have to go through to evict those tenants. And so, for instance, we can't tell them evict those tenants tomorrow because the landlord-tenant law provides a certain amount of time for that. But we don't know what they have. So, we're just kind of in the dark.
okay, thank you, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. It sounds to me like we really need to get on this first thing in the morning and find out what those subleases say and whether or not, in fact, these people have the right insurance. I've been led to believe that some of their rents are as much as $1,900 a month.
No,
Okay.
that's incorrect.
Okay, so.
And I'm not jumping in here because this is about communication, so the banter that's going back and forth is about, once we do have subleases and things of that nature, but I don't want to jump in. I just want to.
Okay.
The 30 days would deliver all of that.
So, but tomorrow, we really need to staff needs to get on top of this and be sure that we have the information we need to be sure that we're protected. Okay?
But who are you directing, Madam Chair?
Mr. Evans.
Right, but doesn't that So, Mr. Evans, would it be appropriate, I guess, with your risk manager to address whether or not the subtenants are covered and they have the appropriate?
Yes, if it is, in fact, well, obviously, we have a couple of things. We have a health safety issue that certainly the building official will go out and address first thing in the morning. And then the subsequent agreements, what those consist of, what is required, and what our insurance provider would ask for us would be something that we would do concurrently. What we can do, we can go out there and look at those immediate issues, and then my office can provide a comprehensive memorandum on those two specific pressing issues and work with legal with regards to their interpretation and perspective to be able to provide you with that once we go ahead and take a look at those items that are of concern to both the city as well as the council.
Mr. McCoy. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Evans, that sounds great. I want to add in the caveat that if these aren't curable, then this isn't something that needs to come back to us. I mean, under your authority, I mean, this is a contract that's entered into by the city working with legal. If those items aren't cured or aren't curable, then there doesn't need to be anything by us. We can basically give you the direction today that if this is not something that can be remedied or cured, then, you know, we can send them a notice. But, you know, here's oh gosh, I don't want to tell these folks no, because I know they really work hard, right? We just got to figure out something, Mr. Evans, and it's not, I don't like the fact that we're sitting here telling somebody who, if you look at that March 21st, 2018, they pretty much submitted to us that they had everything in a row, that they were going to take 1 year to address the facility information, then everybody was going to have subleases, and they even suggested that we'll be back here in 2 years to revisit this if the board so declines. And I think we're right at the 2-year mark. March 21st will be 2 years. But, I really want to make sure that we don't have anybody that's going to go there. And let me tell you, one of the things I think we all hate the most is having to deal with liability lawsuits, right? I just don't want that to occur, be it the tenant or the subtenant. But, I'm okay with giving them the 30 days, but that's separate and apart from the immediate issues that we have to address, like making sure that there's coverage. And I'm sorry, as harsh as this sounds, we've given money to some of these subtenant organizations. And if they don't have the liability insurance, they need not to be entering that property until they can come into compliance. And I think that that's just the bare minimum, because no vendor can come and do 1 ounce of work for the city without first producing liability insurance. Moreover, if you're doing it on our property, it's even more important. That just creates so many problems. So can we take that in 2 pieces? And I want to get feedback. I'm not trying to drive this myself, but obviously if they need 30 days to comply with the other components, but the immediate issues need to be taken up by Mr. Evans, like the health and welfare issues, and then also the liability issues.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a real quick comment. I don't think we can restrict those tenants from occupancy at this property unless it's a health issue, because the insurance issue is something we would have to give them time to ratify. But as of right now, tenant landlord laws will not allow for us to restrict them access to their property. So as of right now, we're left in a position where Mr. Evans, the onus is on you to make sure that the requirements and requests are done immediately. And based upon this continued conversation, I'm seeing more and more now that unfortunately there was not just a lack of communication, like was stated previously, it was just a complete disregard for the process. And I'm going to be more in support of Councilman McCoy's sentiments of not moving forward, because as of right now, the responsibility was on the organization, and unfortunately, the organization took advantage of a great opportunity that was placed in front of them to not fulfill what the city requested. So in addition to trying to ratify this situation, Mr. Evans, I would ask, what would be the process of management and taking over operations for the facility to keep these nonprofits in place until we determine what we're going to do? Because once we review the sublease, we want to make sure that we give them the same opportunity to stay there, just because the managing partner that we had wasn't doing their job.
Madam Chair, if I may, my intent is to obviously have staff go take a look at the life safety concerns that have been communicated in the event that there is significant issues that persons would be displaced, and they do have the appropriate insurances. One of the things that I would look is if there's any facility that we can allow for some temporary use by virtue of some type of interim agreement until the issues can be cured, if they are in fact curable. Some of the facilities that we currently have in the city, obviously as a result of COVID, we have pulled back some of our recreational activities, and so there may be some space that can accommodate, if we work diligently with regards to scheduling, to be able to accommodate those entities, but I would definitely have to take a look at what the recommendations are by the building official as well as risk management, and I would like for both of them to go out on the site to take a look at the facility and then provide staff with a recommendation, and then I will work with legal and the deputy city manager to look at what some options may be so persons and entities will not be displaced if there is some concern with regards to the facilities and its condition. And then we can, obviously look at an operational plan in the event that the city wanted to facilitate, at least for a interim or even long-term, which is a policy decision, to provide space for those entities to be able to still provide the services that they're providing to the community. But we will work diligently over the next 24 hours to be able to get something that can at least update the board based on the pinch points that were communicated this evening.
Yeah, I could just say there might be one or two of the nonprofits over there who could occupy other space. Like Sounds of Success, they just need a roof over their head, a practice space, and a field. But Captain Rich's Florida Fishing Academy, they have a unique setup there. They've got so much invested in their part of that facility there. It would be very difficult to find them. I mean, I hear what you're saying. It would be nice, but have you ever seen the inside of Operation, Nelson's Outreach Ministries trailer? It would take a lot more than she got a lot of stuff in there. So,
Madam Chair,
yeah, go ahead. You're recognized.
I certainly hear the solutions that Mr. Evans is trying to present so that we could assist these nonprofits. But what I don't want us to really get into is kind of back in the same situation we are in, where we're then providing space and then we have other nonprofits wanting to come, and since we have these, we've just announced we have these buildings that are vacant and there not be a process. I understand what we're saying right now is temporary for these particular organizations just because of the situation, but I don't want us to get into, because then that's another thing we'll have to deal with, people coming at us, different organizations trying to rent out our different buildings. And if that's going to be the case, I don't want, we need to have a process for that. Yeah. So, I really want to tread lightly on that part, and hopefully we can get this rectified fairly soon so that we're not having to be put into that. And then also, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't own that actual building, it's the land, right? Or is it the other way around?
We own, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe we own the land, but the buildings were, in essence, gifted to us as part of the, when the Viking group vacated the site.
Or was it given to Alphas?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
it was given to the Alphas. The land is the only thing I think we own, because we kind of went back and forth on that discussion when this originally came up. So, it's not our building So when we're talking about, housing them, I just kind of said that because I don't want people to think that, just because we had them in our building, that's why we're now bringing them over to another one of our buildings. That's our land, not the building.
And Madam Chair, if I may, our intent, if there is a temporary facility that has to accommodate the, any of the outfits that are there, it would be specific and prescribed temporary. We cannot be able to allow for the consistent ongoing occupancy of certain facilities. That would just be a catch-all for at least, a 30-day period to be able to accommodate those entities, because we don't want to adversely impact them if they have programs and activities that they're currently midstream. So it would be, to Councilperson Miller Anderson's comments, very, very temporary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, just a recommendation. I think it's call a special meeting for your foundation and get your brothers together immediately to discuss this. This needs to be a board topic that needs to become a priority, addressed within an immediate fashion.
Mr. Lockhart?
Yes, again, 2 weeks ago when we got this, we started on it right away. That's the $3,400 check and some other things that's been going on. I would say that what we found the building, the shape that we've been in it, that's why I've asked for some of you all to come and visit. We've made significant improvements. As the gentleman said, that the building, the good news is the building is in good shape. It was not in good shape when we found it. So we've been working fastidiously on that. And so it's the picture that's being painted of doom and gloom. It's really not that, But again, the 30 days, that's why we want to bring that information out. And I know I hear and what you're saying and things of that nature. If I could use a Councilperson's Lanier analogy, the water's off, the water's not off. So that's what I'm saying. But we'll bring that forth.
I'm supportive of the organization because I know a lot of what you do for the organization, for the community. And I've been to the facility many times and visited multiple units over there. And I want to give you guys the benefit of the doubt for this and give you an opportunity to ratify this with the council. But please make this a priority, because even 2 weeks ago, all of these answers should have been addressed. So we definitely want this to be made a priority.
Right.
Thanks, sir.
Do we have a consensus about where we're going? Does anybody want to make a motion to give them 30 days? Do we need to memorialize this in some way?
I think we're gonna have to.
Yeah. So would someone like to make a motion that we give the Alpha, I guess it's the foundation, or it's the foundation, right?
Alpha Foundation,
The
yes.
Alpha Foundation, 30 days to provide these answers, and in addition, that we make a motion that staff immediately look into the life and safety issues and the insurance issues.
Madam Chair, I probably want to add a caveat to that too. Make a motion to allow for staff to work with the Alpha Foundation in determining the next steps. I don't want to just say that it's a done deal, that they can just fix these issues and problems. I want staff to come back with a report outlining what we're going to do moving forward.
So will you make that motion in its entirety then, Mr. Lawson?
Yes, Madam Chair. And also, I think that we need to have a itemized list, like this needs to be detailed. Right. So,
Correct. And if I can, just don't limit it to what you suggested, Dr. Botel. Everything in the lease needs to be addressed.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm okay with 30 days.
So I want to make a motion for staff to work with the Alpha Foundation in addressing all of the concerns outlined within my colleagues and within the lease terms, and come back with a full report within 30 days.
Someone want to second that?
Second.
It's been motioned and second. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
about to be tomorrow in a few minutes.
It's almost tomorrow. Not quite. We've got 2 minutes till tomorrow. Is this last item something that we can,
Madam Chair, members of the board, you actually have two items, on number
Yes.
18 and 19.
Yes.
19 was an addition.
oh, 19, I forgot 19.
Madam Chair, if it is the pleasure of the board, the item that is the next item on the agenda conceivably is could be a $300 million contract over a 10-year period. And so I think it would just be pertinent for us to put this on our first meeting in February because of the because of the sheer size and the provision of service that will be discussed, and we don't want to rush through that.
Right.
But if we could at least discuss item 19, that was a late addition, and we can postpone item 18 until your first meeting in February.
Okay, do you need a motion to postpone? See, I don't have item 19 in front of me. It's not on the posted agendas.
The item was emailed to the board at 7:01 PM, and
I'd like to make a motion to postpone the conversation and discussion regarding waste management until our February the 3rd meeting.
Have a second? Mr. Lawson, seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Miller Anderson, seconds.
Do we sound alike? That
I know.
concerning me.
He makes noises next to me. We have a motion and a second to postpone the issue of the solid waste services until the next opportunity. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes, that passes 5-0. And where's item 19? Why can't I find it?
Discussion by city manager on COVID-19 vaccine funding requests. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
But it's not on the online agenda, though, is it?
no,
Madam Chair, members of the board, a copy of the addition deletion sheet was provided with the agenda that you all were also provided.
And we added it on at the beginning of the meeting.
And it was announced at the beginning of the meeting.
I know it
Yes.
was announced, but I'm looking for the documentation.
Madam Chair, the item, I did email the item to the board yesterday evening at 7:01 PM. Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, good morning. This item before you is to seek authorization to withdraw $250,000 from fund balance for the purposes of facilitating a vaccine distribution site in the city of Riviera Beach. The city of Riviera Beach has had the opportunity to partner with the Florida Department of Emergency Management and State Senator Bobby Powell for the purposes of facilitating a vaccine distribution site. On Sunday, January 17th, 2021, we were able to vaccinate 500 persons throughout our community. We have since been able to secure 120 vaccines that the inoculation occurred today, and we were able to provide the vaccine to our community. In conversations that city staff has had with emergency management and other entities, there is an opportunity for the city of Riviera Beach, hopefully, to receive additional vaccines from the health department. We believe the administration that took office today is going to be having more conversations with the distribution of vaccines, and we know that it is imperative that we have a vaccine distribution site in our community. I've had the opportunity to have a discussion with County Administrator Virginia Baker as early as today, giving kudos to the staff and the efforts that were conducted as it relates to the vaccine distribution site that occurred on Sunday, January 17, 2021. Staff anticipates the cost for a vaccine site to be approximately $10,000 per activation. We don't know when, we don't know how many vaccines we will be able to receive. The governor, as early as this week, did provide some additional information that 67 Publix locations throughout the county would receive the vaccine for distribution to the community at large. So we anticipate that the number of vaccines that would be available for a closed point of distribution, which is the same type, the site that the city of Riviera Beach had today, where we were able to vaccinate individuals in our community, specific to those that had a Riviera Beach address, may see a situation whereby the vaccine is not as available or as prevalent as we would have hoped. But nonetheless, staff wants to be proactive and set aside monies to be able to facilitate the costs associated with the vaccine distribution site. The cost is to provide for the staffing cost as well as the equipment that is necessary to facilitate the site. One of the things that we anticipate, and based on the conversations that the chief has had, Chief Curd has had with his peers, is that this would be reimbursable through the federal government, through FEMA. So at this particular moment, staff is requesting $250,000 to be allocated from fund balance that is contained in the adopted fiscal year 2021 budget on page 22, and our existing fund balance or reserves is $6.1 million. At this time, Chief Curd and myself are prepared to answer any questions the board may have related to this item.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy, you recognized.
So I want to ask a question of the comments from the manager. So, Mr. Evans, you're referencing fund balance. Why not the disaster fund that we have set aside?
I had that conversation with Mr. Sherman, and Mr. Sherman, if you want to provide some perspective as it relates to why that funding source was identified.
This is a disaster. I mean, I don't know, is it the pandemic that's a disaster, or that we only get a limited number of vaccinations?
It's the rollout that is a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. McCoy, that is the fund balance in the major disaster fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you, okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. So did somebody want to make a motion to allow Mr.?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the allocation of that $250,000. Madam Clerk?
Glenn Spiritus, Mary Bram, Doretta Polk.
Oh, I didn't hear you close public comment. I'm sorry.
I did, Madam Chair.
Good evening, City Council, staff. I had the honor of...
Please state your name.
Yes, Glenn Spiritus, Riviera Beach. I had the honor of being at the site for almost 6 hours at the Wells Community Center, and I would like to compliment and congratulate, of course, Senator Powell, and I believe it was a consortium of religious congregations that participated in getting the word out in the community, and I think actually Hilltop Church may have led the group at that time. I met many people, many clergy members, but I can tell you that there were people there from Jupiter that had appointments. There were people from West Palm Beach that had appointments that were receiving the vaccines during that day as well. So they were included in the 500 people that were getting vaccines. They weren't just Riviera Beach people. I can tell you that the operation was just unbelievable. It was extremely orderly. I could tell you that the fire department and the police department did an excellent job, and my hat's off to you. You just did a wonderful, wonderful operation there. My problem is that the majority of the people in Riviera Beach and at Singer Island, especially the people that I speak to over there, had no idea that this event was even going to be held. I was called in the morning and told about it, so I went down there just to see what was going on and to speak to the people that were there. I think we have to do a better job in communicating and how people can sign up and make appointments for these types of events. I know, for example, the city had another 120 vaccines available, and they did robocalls. And I can tell you that those robocalls were still being made when all 120 appointments were already gone. People told me they were calling the second they received it. People received those calls at different times. The calls were still going out when, it was a half hour later, every appointment was given out. So I think we have to have some better control in how we do those robocalls and how we communicate with the public on this. I would urge you to please stay in good contact with Senator Powell, because he seems to have a good handle on this. Clearly, 500 vaccines and another 120 are sure greatly appreciated, but just a drop in the bucket for what is needed in our community. We have a tremendous number of residents that are 65 and older, and they need to be vaccinated. So please do a better job in communicating. And thank you once again for the great job that you did do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, while the other person is coming up, can Mr. Evans kind of speak to how the two different vaccines rolled out and the fact that there was a long conversation about this during our COVID biweekly call with Chief Curd and Mr. Evans on last Thursday, I think it was.
Near Riviera Beach. Let me just say, this is just like a gold mine vaccine. We are fortunate enough to get what we have in this city here. Now, I understand that others are coming from out of state. Some of them don't even live here. And this has been a big issue in yesterday's paper, Sunday paper as well. With the residents that live in the communities, they should be served first. And this is what we're advocating for. The Riviera Beach residents to say, Riviera Beach, come and take advantage of it. Now, I know that everybody wants to get vaccinated because, see, I got mine in the latter part of December. So, see, I know how this thing here works here. Everybody wants to get in the front of the line. What about this city here? We have super spreaders right in our city here. And we need to take care of the residents that are here first. And I'm asking you all as a board to make sure that that's done. And anything that is left over, then let those that decide to come out of town come in. But I am advising this board here to take care of your residents. Take care of your residents. We all pay taxes. It's been said that, oh, okay, I may not live here, but I come here part-time, but I pay taxes. Hell, we all pay taxes. I may not pay as much as he paid because he lived different. I may not pay as much as you. But that's not the ingredient here of how we need to be served. If you say that it's for the residents and they bring their IDs that say Riviera Beach, you know right then that they are Riviera Beach residents. So we don't want no outsiders that throw some heat at you all for doing the right thing, for taking care of your people that live here. I am quite sure that it will be enough for everyone, but if we say that we're going to do business and do it in the right manner, let's do it right. The last shall be first, and the first shall be last. So come on, boy. We expect it as a city manager. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for trying to navigate this the way that you did navigate it. We did get the robocall, and it's precisely said, Riviera Beach residents, bring your ID. How simple was that? And we started calling people to come because a lot of people do not have technology.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doretta Paul.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, citizen of Riviera Beach. FEMA, by law, will have to reimburse the city. So I implore you all to pass this.
people who got the first vaccine that was on Sunday, there were people who are from West Palm and other Jupiter, everywhere. We still have to serve these people. These vaccines have to be given orderly. They can't be given a day before it's due, nor a day after. So let's correlate this thing and make sure we are taken care of, including myself, because I got the vaccine. So let's pass this legislature and let's have this correlated. And I think Ms. Evans and Mr. Bypow did an excellent job. I thank Mrs. Botel, Dr. Botel, for calling me and telling me about this. Also, Kashamba Miller called me, and also Mr. Lawson called me, but I was on Dr. Botel's list.
You could have gotten 3 shots.
Yes, yes. And I got the robocall from Mr. Jonathan Evans. We are on the ball, Riviera Beach. We're doing some things that Jupiter doesn't do, or Wellington hasn't done yet. So, Mr. Evans, I applaud you for taking care of us. I applaud you. You're doing a fantastic job. This waiting, even they had seats for us to sit down if we needed to sit down. They had the ambassadors to carry us from the different sites where we had to park to bring us up to the vaccination at Wells. It was correlated very well. The time that rolled by, it was quick. Ms. Grimsley was out there, Mr. Blankenship. It moves very smoothly. And I also got a call from my Miss Bram. She was on the calls telling everybody. This is what we are. We work together to take care of each other, to love and be kind to each other. We will grow so much and so fast, and that's what we have to maintain, citizens of Riviera Beach. We have to maintain this. And we're going to get through this pandemic. We will. But we have to be vigilant, continue to wear our masks, social distancing, and washing our hands, because this is going to be with us for quite a bit of time. I thank you.
Thank you.
Madam,
So I think we have.
Madam,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may, just a couple of quick things, and then I'll ask for Chief Kerr to provide some more specificity. I know the board has probably become somewhat tired of our, I don't even know how many, I think over 150 community phone calls, and probably the last 50 calls we've been talking about the vaccine and when the vaccine would be available and when we would do the distribution. The distribution that occurred on Sunday was a open pod. It was in collaboration with the Florida Department of Emergency Management and Senator Bobby Powell. It was all persons that were within Senator Powell's respective district, which is a broad district that includes Riviera Beach. That's why you had a diverse segment of the community at large that were present. The city of Riviera Beach received information 72 hours before the vaccination occurred on Sunday, January 17th. Within 72 hours, we were able to stand up the operations, call all the people that were on the list, and ensure that over 500 persons received the vaccine. We have been praised by the state, the county, as well as residents within our community. So much so that as a result of how we were able to move to assist in making sure the vaccinations occurred, we were probably, I would say, maybe the third or fourth municipality to receive an allocation. As even though the allocation was only 120, we were still one of the first cities to effectively do it. Additionally, when we received our 120 doses of the vaccine, it was staff that made the decision that it would be a closed pod not an open pod, a closed pod that was exclusive to permanent residents of Riviera Beach. And so we did everything in our power to try to facilitate that as many people that we could get there, whether it was, we were even talking today about going to pick people up to bring them to the site in order to provide them the vaccine. So, Chief Kurt, if you would indulge the board with regards to some of the items that are germane to what we were able to do and what we are continuing to do as it relates to access to the vaccine and making sure that we can do what's necessary to provide to our community as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, Mr. Evans, and I apologize, I'm a little tired. This is going on 17 hours today, but we've worked very hard for our community. I don't also want to go unnoticed. The 100 vaccines I had for Heron Estates working with the Housing Authority through the Palm Beach County Health Department. However, we could only get 40 of those residents to sign up for the vaccine. There are people that were leery, and unfortunately, it was very specific for that facility, so those other 60 vaccines went back to the Palm Beach County Health Department. We did the 500, as Mr. Evans spoke about, and staff, and there's so many staff members involved. We really don't know how good our employees are until our backs are against the wall. We've led the way when we're dealing with hurricanes, when we're dealing with testing, when we're dealing with food distributions. We've set the model in these last several years here, these last couple of years, on what Riviera can do. Team came together great. We're constantly going to look to review and revise what we're doing to make sure that we are better in what it is we're doing. But this is going to be a very costly endeavor. I think that if this goes on for 6, 8, 12 months, $250,000 is a down payment. We have to understand that to run a pod, when we ran Sunday's pod, when we talk about vaccinating 500 people, it took over 53 people to run that site for the day. Now, on a weekend, that's 53 people on overtime. During the week today, we were very fortunate to have people pulled from their normal responsibilities who are getting paid through their Monday and Fridays, or Monday through Fridays. We just had our police officers and our firefighter paramedics on overtime. We try to utilize overtime because, as Mr. Sherman can explain to you, when we look to obtain public assistance funding, it has to be through overtime hours. You can't be compensated for your regular Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 hours that you would be working anyways. So we try to utilize overtime people when possible, understanding that there will be reimbursement, or there should be reimbursement associated with this. Today's pod, I think, was extremely successful. We were able to do that with 32 personnel. We were a couple people short. So we're going to have to expand and contract this thing. But remember, every time we do one, that's 2. So Heron Estates, Sunday's 500, today's 120. There are 3 more vaccinations that are going to occur as a result of this because it is a 2-shot regimen. We expect to get vaccination every week, but now that Publix has come into the fold, we think that the number of vaccines are going to get spread out over a larger group of individuals. And I got to tell you, for anybody who has any notion that today's vaccination wasn't for Riviera Beach residents, there were 60 people that registered online, 60 people that registered by phone. After reconciling our list with the online individuals, 23 individuals were taken off of the online registration because they didn't meet the criteria, and we took the phone numbers that we had recorded in our database and filled them with those people. We then turned away at least another 20 to 22 people today that came from as far as Highland Beach and Jupiter because they saw on Channel 5 News. We heard that, the governor sent people. We heard that everybody's got to know somebody who sent them here. But if their driver's license didn't say the city of Riviera Beach, I don't care if the president himself sent you, you weren't getting a vaccine today.
Which president?
So rest assured, we did that well. President-elect, president outgoing, whoever it was, if you weren't a resident, you weren't going to get a vaccine today. We were very fortunate at the end. There were a lot of cancellations. So then we called our crossing guards who are dealing with our children who live here in Riviera Beach, 65 and older, to come and get the vaccine. And then there was just a couple of doses left at the end of the day, and we used it to vaccinate our pod workers who are going to be working with the elderly as we have subsequent events. So please understand we're working very hard for you all. If we look good, you look good. If you look good, the city looks good, and that's our goal. I'll answer any other questions you have.
I just want to say, I heard
Madam Chair?
great things. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to say, everyone who came away from that experience raved about it. So
We kicked butt.
thank you. You did.
Yeah, we did.
Good. Councilman Lawson, and then Councilman.
Chief Curd, you dropped the mic. You
dropped the mic.
You did a phenomenal job. You've been doing a phenomenal job. You and Mr. Evans both. So, again, you've been getting a round of applause the whole night, and I want to give you one as well to tell you guys that you're doing a great job with this, and continue to support our community because you make this easy for us. So, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, you had a comment?
Yes, to emphasize that point what Chief Curd said, if they didn't live in Riviera, their ID didn't say that, they were not going to get it. I understand my mom had problems trying to get hers done because her new driver's license, for whatever reason, and I don't know if this is something the city needs to look at, but the driver's license, it says 33404, but they're putting West Palm Beach.
Won't go get in.
Huh?
It did say West Palm, and she wasn't getting in, but we were able to resolve that through the property appraiser's office.
I know, she told me, but that's something new. I mean, I haven't received my new license for that, but, it's not showing up as Riviera Beach, and that may be a problem for other things that people need verification on. So, Mr. Evans, I don't know if that's something that someone at the city can look into to find out. I know with the post office, that happens too, where it shows up as West Palm Beach because I guess of the main branch or whatever. But, I don't want that to hinder people for other things that they need when they need to verify what city they're living in, even though it had 33404. So if you can check into that, Ms. Evans, and see if there is some way for us to get credit for things saying Riviera Beach and not falling under West Palm Beach. But I just wanted to say that part because they were definitely on their job about making sure that Riviera Beach residents only got in. So I heard that firsthand. And, I wanted Mr. Evans and Chief Curd to speak about, the task that it is taken in order for this to happen. As they explained, some of this stuff is happening, and he mentioned this during the meeting last week on the COVID call, that things are going to be happening really quick. People need to pay attention, be aware. I mean, you're doing robocalls, you're doing social media, you're doing TV 18. I mean, the information is getting out there, and it doesn't help that we have some people in the community that are saying otherwise. We had where they could call in to get an appointment. We had where they could go online and make an appointment. So the options were there. Unfortunately, it is something that happens fairly quickly. And so I would just encourage everyone to just really pay attention and inquire because it is happening fairly quickly. But I just wanted to make sure that people understood there were two different vaccinations that were taking place. And that first one, I don't know how much control we had over the first one because I believe the Greater Bethel Church was supposed to be handling that. And we kind of took it on at the last minute and we did a really great job with that. So, I mean, I know a lot of people want to criticize, but they don't understand the work that goes in to make these things happen. And we're at the very beginning stages of getting these vaccines. Some communities don't even have it. So we're trying to do what we can to help our residents. And we just ask for your patience. If you have questions, please contact people instead of, spreading misinformation out there because that does not help. So thank you all so much for all that you do. I'm sorry I have not been able to come to any of these activities, but I know you all are working hard and I appreciate it because people are really dying from this. So we need to do all we can to help our residents. Thank you all for all your help.
And
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, and really quickly, I just want to say that we are the only municipality that follows up with a personal phone call. We have our dispatchers that called every person that has received a vaccine at a Riviera Beach site, except for Heron State. Addition, the town of Palm Beach only did online registration. We said our community needs multiple options, and we're going to provide for those multiple options. So we know that there's opportunities for us to improve. We know that there's better ways for us to build a mousetrap, but right now, the county thinks that our mousetrap is the best mousetrap in the county. So we're going to continue to do what we can do and continue to advocate for additional vaccines. But like Chief Kurtz said, there will be subsequent follow-ups. One of the things that we would like to invite the board out, and we can schedule that with you at the second vaccine, especially the vaccine that we did on Sunday on the 17th actually falls on Valentine's Day. And so we want to do something nice for our seniors while they're there. So if we can coordinate with the board members to set up shifts, I think it would mean a lot to a majority of your residents to see you there at the pods and see how they operate and those types of things.
Thank you. I think we have anything else? We have a motion and a second to allocate this $250,000. If you are in agreement, vote yes. If you're not, vote no. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes, we have a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
My agenda does not say discussion by city manager, but I know we should allow him to discuss. No, he's passing.
I'm good.
Discussion by city attorney.
No, thank you.
Thank you. City council committee reports. I have two very quick ones. Palm Beach North Chamber Government Affairs Committee met last January 8th. Kashama Miller Anderson was there with me. We had a presentation by Mary Wozni, education specialist at the Solid Waste Authority, and Rob Long, Chair of Public Relations of Palm Beach Soil and Water Conservation District. And today we had a League of Cities Directors meeting. What? Today we had a League of Cities Directors meeting where we talked about the Palm Beach County Emergency Medical Services Ordinance revision. The Tourism Committee has been very active. Our subcommittee meetings are scheduled. Anyone else have committee reports? We'll have statements by mayor and city council, starting with the mayor. Is gone. Okay, starting with Mr. McCoy.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly want to announce we will be hosting a job fair here in the marina at 10 a.m. sharp. Be dressed to impress, be here on time, and ready to be gainfully employed. Employers are looking for people to fill positions that they've lost, and a lot of people are looking to have positions filled. So that job fair will be starting at 10 a.m. right here in the marina. We'll be following CDC guidelines, so please wear a mask as well. And this is going to be part of a series of job fairs that's going to be happening right here in the city of Riviera Beach. The other issues I will save. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Just two things. I wanted to say thank you all for the MLK activities, those of you that participated. Sorry I couldn't be to any of them, but it seemed like it was people enjoyed it. And I know all the hard work that goes into doing those things. So on top of you all trying to do the vaccine. So I appreciate your help in trying to keep with that, even though we're in the middle of a pandemic. And then also, I just wanted to remind you all again about the Citizen Leadership Academy. I think Marsha sent down an email not too long ago. So if you could take a look at that, we would love to have all of the council participate in one of the sessions very, very briefly. But the deadline again is January 31st. You can sign up online or call the phone number. The flyer is on. I think everyone received one. Thank you all so much.
Councilwoman Lanier.
I had a list of things I was going to say. I just packed it up. Okay. I did want to thank the city manager again, Mr. Evans, and the chief fire chief Hurd for the wonderful job that they did for the vaccine on Saturday and today. Also, I wanted to thank all of the volunteers and all of the city employees who participated in our Martin Luther King cleanup on Monday. It was very successful. We got a lot of trash and garbage out of the neighborhood. And I really wanted to thank the city employees, especially Public Works, for being able to help us, and the, I think it's the Florida Democratic Women's Club.
Yes.
That came out and also helped us with the cleanup. We really wanted to thank them for their help. I had a list, but it's late, I forgot. I think that would be it until the next meeting.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things. We will be having that beach access path meeting on January 25th at 6 o'clock, and those two meetings about the managed mooring fields. I had an excellent phone call with the funders for the Pay for Success grant, which I won't go into what it'll bring, but the first year budget is $854,000, so we're looking for a great success when we have that grant passed. I also want to thank the people who contributed to the MLK drive-through luncheon. That was a great success, and the cleanup that I participated in and felt every inch of my body the next morning. And also just a quick note that we'll be doing a project called Feeding 50 Fatherless Families in cooperation with the Youth Recreation and MAMA. I think that is it, and this meeting is adjourned at about 1:35 in the morning.